For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the capital city of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Ladies and gentlemen, good night. It's your brother BOLO V&R. We're in the space once again. Please let me know where you guys are watching from. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Drop a comment in the comment section if you catch the replay. Right? You know, I didn't want to do a long live tonight, but man, Andrew Ones is keeping us busy with the nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. It's keeping us very busy with the nonsense. And of course, I touched on some of it earlier on my live stream. I have a video that I'm supposed to put out, which I will. So I'll be busy tonight, right? No, I guess I'll have to go over this video in depth. That's where it's at right now. I mean, honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words with what I just heard from the news clippings. That part of the news clippings I missed. You understand? I really missed that part of the news clippings, what I heard. And please like the video and share the video with at least 5 people, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Yeah, man. Like the video and share the video with at least 5 people. Alright? At least 5 people. So, you know, let me just get right into it. I want to say, you know, happy birthday to Pastor Peter Chambers again. You know, I was watching his live earlier. He's at his church. They're celebrating his 50th birthday. So big up to the pastor. There were some things that I wanted to get into with that, but I you know, I did not have an opportunity. I don't think I'm gonna have an opportunity to get into that because of all the things that is happening with Andrew Ones and this response of his to the people of Jamaica. It's truly a slap in the face, ladies and gentlemen. It's disrespectful. What the Prime Minister has pulled off. To be quite honest with you, you know, he really and truly does not have any respect for the people. This argument that he has come out with about why they haven't spent the money, as if it could have gotten worse, but it has. Like, what I listened to earlier today, I thought that was egregious. But what I listened to on Andre Stevens' show, like, I didn't even hear that part. You know. I just hearing it, and now I'm gonna have to address it and put a video out as well. So, like I said, the Prime Minister is definitely keeping me very, very busy in terms of the nonsense that is coming out to speak. We have Lorraine in the building. Good night, Lorraine. How are you, my darling? Hope all is well with you and your family. We have Paul. How are you doing, Paul? Blessings to you, my brother. Paul and Lorraine, please share this live with at least 10 people. Let them know that we're in the building. Let them know that we're live so we can get the room full. Not true? Yes, man. Come on, let them know that we're here, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know that we're there. So, yeah, man, let me just play this video and let me really listen to this brother here. As painful as it is, let me really listen to him because something, alright?
It helped us significantly, and I want to hear publicly say thank you to them, and of course, thank you to the Guyanese Defense Force who helped us to restore roofs. And thanks to our own Jamaica Defense Force who did an amazing job in restoring roofs. Now, to come back to the point that I wanted to make. Now,
Desmond,
all of those materials $400 million worth of materials. They had to be trucked from where they were, either imported or in warehouses in Kingston. They had to be trucked here, and what else had to happen to them? The officers here from the JDF, they had to be stored. They had to be managed. They had to be secured. In other words, there's an entire logistics operation. So what you hear is roofs constructed, but you don't see all that goes in. To have all those trucks move the materials here, to have them stored and secured. Now, the Auditor General report said, well, there was an administrative failure in the management of the material, meaning that when the materials are brought into store, they should be signed by both the JDF and ADPEN. And that is a fact.
So Jamaica, Andrew Wallace just admitted that he failed administratively. I just want to point that out, that he admitted that he failed administratively, right? Remember when Andrew Wallace said to us, well, I'm going to put the office of the Prime Minister, I'm going to put, what's up, a Balibala, big up. He said, I'm going to put the, he said that I'm going to put the ADPEM in the office of the Prime Minister because he saw some gaps. I want him to go and find that clip there. I want him to go and find that clip there. I'm going to look for it now. Yeah, man, that's what he said. He said, I am putting ADPEM in the office of the Prime Minister because I saw some gaps and they needed to make sure that those gaps were dealt with. Yes? So I'm going to look for it. But in the meantime, let's continue. Yeah, man, good night. We have Sharon in the building. Sharon said the PM sold his soul to the devil, therefore he has to act like the devil. He is here to steal, kill, and destroy. Mighty God, those are very some strong words, but I'm not going to even argue with you. I'm not arguing with you, not at all. I could never do such a thing. How could I argue with you, Sharon? Well, let's continue.
It did say the materials were stolen, but there was an administrative accounting failure. And why did that failure occur? As you are listening to it, all you are hearing is that they take the material.
I want, who said that the materials were stolen? When did this report come out that the materials were stolen? When? At what point did this happen? I'm trying to figure it out, and it's not resonating for me. At what juncture did anybody say that the material was stolen? Please show me the clip. What is this? Somebody is already flagging my page. Yo, I'm gonna come off TikTok, man. I'm sorry, I can't do it TikTok. Come over to YouTube. I can't do it. Yeah, I'm not doing TikTok, bro. That is crazy. I just started my live and somebody flagged me. No, sir. What? Rosalie McLean, how you doing? Big up yourself. I can't deal with TikTok right now. I just started my live, guys, and TikTok send me a message that I am restricted and I can't get clips and all that is foolishness. I'm going to come over to YouTube, yeah, man. I can't bother with TikTok, yeah, man. TikTok is doing way too much. Just way too much. You know what I mean? Maybe I should try again. Listen, can't try again on this. Should I? Let me try. Maybe that phone is the problem. But let's continue.
Well done, JCF.
But why did that occur? Well, for a simple reason. The JDF operates 24 hours, ADPEM operates 9 to 5, but the truckers are carrying in the material when? They're not carrying in the day when there's traffic and congestion. They're trying to get here using the least congested time. So by the time they reach here, ADPEM people are gone home. It's only JDF here to sign. But you see how it is positioned in your minds.
You see, anytime I see Andrew Jones pass with so long, him know say him just talk foolishness. A regular I see him do it. Yeah, man, anytime I see him pass with that long, and just watch.
So I want you to think again.
So he's waiting on a reaction from the crowd, you know, but him don't get the reaction from the crowd. See? That's what he does. He didn't get the reaction from the crowd, and so he might wheel and come again because he's that type of bridging, you know. This is what Andrew Willis does. You know, the longer you're watching, you start to see the tendencies them when have. But his argument is that because ADPEM work 9 to 5, and because the JCF work 24 hours and the truckers come at night when ADPEM is not there, that's why items were signed. Unique, what's up, my darling? Good night. That's why items were not signed. That's the argument that the Prime Minister of Jamaica is making. I need somebody to call him because I want to hear from you guys. I want you to give me an honest opinion about that. And while I'm waiting on you to call, I'm going to tell you the number. The number is, call me on WhatsApp. The number is 876-451-6535. That's 876-451-6535. Call me right now. And if you need me to play it back before you call so you can get the context of what Andrew was saying, because I'm not trying to tell any lie on anybody. I was totally flabbergasted when I heard the man say what he said. You can text me on WhatsApp first and tell me to call you and me call you. Right? Yeah, man. So, I am going to go to Colin Bell because I called Colin Bell and asked him about it. You know? So, I'm going to hear that conversation with me and Colin Bell and Ralston Hyman. I hear Ralston Hyman response to the revelation that I gave him of what Andrew said. Alright, listen to this.
Has gone to court. When we had the last recession,
you know that Sham revised the Sham?
Yes, man. Party said that, Bolo.
Because odd supplies like yes, sir, Bell. Bless up yourself and bless up Ralston. You still there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
We hear the Prime Minister respond to criticism about the unspending of the $1.44 billion. They are if only get a chance to hear it.
No, me never hear.
But he must save the money for housing.
Okay, you hear that part then?
Yeah.
Alright. I know say there's a man there at the party, so he said something about the logistics, right, in terms of getting relief, you know, like supplies, like housing supplies. And he must say the Auditor General did say some things never properly accounted for in terms of signature and stuff like that.
Yes, and you can verify some of the things then.
Yes, so he must say the reason why that happened is because ADPEM work from 9 to 5. JCF work 24 hours and the truck then coming at night. So me want to know
Rubbish.
how one leader can come in front of people.
Yeah, that's the rubbish. Yeah. Rubbish, that. Rubbish.
I wish
party said that, Bolo?
rubbish. Send the tip right now, General.
Send it to me,
But
Bolo.
you said from never give you the timestamp for everything. Never send it to you.
Send it to me because that's all
Never send it to you.
that's all like a Dolly House. A Dolly House that play
Yeah, man, that's it
back then.
right now.
Alright, so
Right
send
now,
it
that's
on.
it here. Yeah, man.
Send it on. Probably that's all like a Dolly House argument.
Rubbish, man. Yo, when we were trying to re-engage with the IMF, Peter Phillips and Bush Simpson used to have over the Ministry of Finance and work till 12 o'clock, you know, all Christmas. You know what they were? Stress. Yeah, in order to get re-engaged. As bad as America is, when them have all them problem there, man work overnight.
Man no go home.
Man no go home. So that is total.
Till everything sort out.
Yeah, man, total garbage. If the Prime Minister said that is why Marky G says a sham, because that is total garbage.
I'm not talking to them around.
No, I drop business, yeah.
Hello, good evening.
So Jamaica only hear that. Only hear that. Alright? When Mama P them did Afi, I'm going to play Mama P to them. I'm glad him say. I'm going to go over the world. Thing that on previous live stream. You guys can go check it out. Alright? I went over how Mama P had to rescue Jamaica from the grips of economic meltdown because of this same this same man here and Bruce Golden and them administration and the what you call him, the man I had at the time. And hear him say at Christmas the man them did that for work because they had to you know, they had to get it done. It was too important. They couldn't fail the people them. So when they look on a government that tell us that them care about the people them, and then his excuse as to the reason why things are not properly accounted for. Anything that is not properly accounted for is going to cause some level of delay, correct? And you don't want any delay. This is an emergency, you know. And that's one of the other things that really bother me about this situation. It's like, do they understand that it's an emergency? How can they sit here and tell us, listen, you know, no, Bridget, there's no excuses for this level of incompetence. But more remember, say Marky G did talk about in our interview with Colin Bell. I went that interview the big one. Marky G did talk about how rough things was in terms of them had to set a time limit to get things done. Let me tell you something. It's the government here. The government here operate like some of the money when they on site. Them come, them build up a split. Them talk about the girl with them when I deal with last night. Them talk about the party where them go or the bar where them go. And half idea done before the work start. Right? And the work what them do, you know, is a job where need to get done because why? If it don't get done, you know, in this case, people in a problem. Homelessness is a critical situation, but what? The man them a drag them foot, people. The man them a drag them foot. And you know what I mean, like, we allow them to continue in this manner. And it can't continue. We have to hold them accountable. There's no way the Jamaican people them supposed to accept what Andrew Wallace has said right now and take that as gospel. I run them for running way. Run for run with Andrew Wallace with the nonsense when I talk about time out, Bridget. If you make no voices loud on the internet, everybody's supposed to do a video. Me play it again. Listen to what the man said. Listen to this. It's crazy.
Operates 9 to 5, but that is a fact. It didn't say the material. But the rules constructed, but you don't see all that goes in. To have all those trucks move the materials here, to have them stored and secured. Now, the Auditor General report said, well, there was an administrative failure in the management of the material, meaning that when the materials are brought into store, they should be signed by both the JDF and ADBEN. And that is a fact. It didn't say the materials were stolen, but there was an administrative accounting failure. And why did that failure occur? As you are listening to it, all you are hearing is that they take the material. But why did that occur? Well, for a simple reason. The JDF operates 24 hours, ADBEN operates 9 to 5, but the truckers are carrying in the material when? They're not carrying in the day when there is traffic and congestion. They're trying to get here using the least congested time. So by the time they reach here, ADBEN people are gone home. It's only JDF here to sign. But you see how it is positioned in your minds. So I want you to think again. In December, or late November, I addressed in a press conference this whole business of how we will treat with donated funds. And I said then that donated funds will be used to purchase building materials. It will be used to purchase things that are tangible, traceable, and for which it's easy to account. Impactful. That was the decision. Now, I want you to bear that in mind. That was in a press release from GIS. You can go and see it. It said press release was on the 1st of December, 2025. Now, I tell you a little bit about myself. I went to the University of the West Indies, and whilst I was there as a student, they used to keep a big party here, the Students' Union, the guild would put it on. Spectrum. People from my era would know. And almost every year, there would be some challenge with the accounting for Spectrum. My university friends know this joke, and this is nothing to do with the University of the West Indies. They would try to account for the gate receipts versus the profits. And they would say, you know, why is it that the number of tickets sold was so much, but yet the profit is so low? What did you spend the money on? And they would say, well, spend it on ice. So where's the ice? It meant. And that is why we are not spending the money on anything that anybody can say, boy, it meant. We're not spending it on things that you cannot properly trace. When we fix a roof, the roof is there. You can go and measure it. You can see it. You didn't eat it today, go to the bathroom afterwards, and then you come back and say you never get anything. The roof is there. You see the context now? Remember what was the criticism on the ground?
We need some milk.
The criticism was that we have a thief the money. Remember that? They spread that all around, including in international circles. You know, Soman Pinkett.
Yeah, Wagwan Andrea, Yankee bless big up yourself. No, Jamaica, you hear him? You know, say at that mash them up. You see that particular clip there? We're gone viral overseas, and the man say, don't send Andrew the money. If you don't send the money, we'll never get the money. From burial, we'll not get the money. From pandemic, we'll not get the money. I eat roll them up Jamaica. So it look like them spite the people them. Come call him for Andrew show and ask them. I say, yo, Andrew, I spite the people them because they come out for the media and say, we're not going to give them the money. So we have the money at all and really not give them the money. But we not give the money. That I want to say. No. But we not give them the money. And the phone the money and people send on the money to help the people them and hold on upon the money without helping the people them. Ryan Campbell, big up. What's up, my brother? Blessings. Right? I don't understand. Bala, we are dealing. Big up yourself, General. Another hypocritical, confused political agent with no futuristic significance for the citizens of the island, respectfully. Big up yourself, Yankee Bless. One thing with Yankee Bless, no. When him start typing and not normal, you know, General, you know. You remember good.
The people who were making those criticisms, they were in power once, and that is what they did.
Stop it. Get some help.
Where are they?
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Andrew, stop tell lie, Andrew. Jamaica, you hear my throw shots off IPMP? Listen to this. Stop tell lie, man.
Spread that all around, including in international circles. You know, Soman Pinkett, the people who were making those criticisms, they were in power once, and that is what they did.
Jamaica, this is a man that is uncertified. Cannot explain how he made his money. Calling the opposition thieves. I want you to make that sink in. Wow. No shame. No shame. No shame, Trinidad Melbourne Road. Wow. Wow.
So the thing, well, what happened now? The auditor general come out and said, well, the money is there, but they didn't spend it fast enough. See the context now? The money was stolen, the money is there.
That was never the argument, sir. Nobody that has come out has said the argument is why you don't spend the money under 7 months now and people need help. That's the argument. The argument is not that, yo, the money was stolen That's not what people is saying. Stop telling lie, brother.
And for those who are going to apply common sense to it, yes, it's common sense, but think deeply. In the immediate aftermath of the hurricane, tons of immediate humanitarian relief came in. Food items, generators, tarpaulins, all kind of things came in. What was the real problem? The problem wasn't the things. What was the problem? The problem was the logistics and the process to identify people to make sure that is the needed, that get it and not greedy. So can you imagine? We took up, so you have what you need, and then you go and take the $1.4 billion that is given and go and buy more things. You think you would get it any faster going through that process? You think the trucks that you would have to put it on would get there ahead of the trucks that we took from the wharf with the goods?
So his argument now is that they already have the things them, so they don't need to spend the money to buy more things. But the other argument is that them not have the right equipment or whatever to get them. Basically, must say the government is moving as fast as they can. There was no way to get the goods to the people any faster. So may I have one question. How did Mark Golden and the PMP do it? How did they get the money for the things them? Get the things them and do it at the same time? How you have more resources as a government, but you're doing less? You should be ashamed of yourself, brother. You wicked, bro. You evil to your people, them brethren. Like and share the video, guys. Share the video with one person or two person. Yo, shut your youth, brother. Dangerous.
To carry here? Think!
What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
Stop it. Get some help.
Bro, what is going on, bro?
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Bro.
The truth is the light.
Whose man's is this? You might tell the people themselves to think like say people them may not think. Like say, yo, the people are so off. What kind of psychological game this man here play? Kiss me, mama. I force me frightened, so.
Think! And therefore, we're not going to clog up the system. We made strategic decisions that the funds will be used not in the relief phase, where in the relief phase you already have items that you don't want to keep them in warehouses, they're going to spoil. You get them out fast. So in the relief phase, what we tried to do was to match donated items with needs, move them as quickly as possible. But particularly for the donated funds, we want to be able to say to those people who have contributed, Jamaica has put on whatever it is, 1,000 roofs, this is the material, this is what you have spent on. That's something that you can see, tangible, accountable, traceable. So when this audit came out, we had already taken that decision, but the performance audit, the real-time audit, didn't take the policy directive that was given into account. It just made a statement which you all took. Government wasn't being inefficient. Government was being very strategic and very efficient.
So conveniently, when the audit came out, you guys never took a decision about the money to be used for anything. That is a failure within itself. So in real time, you guys were not. You guys were going out of big up yourself, my brother. You guys were not strategic enough. Can you imagine 7 months after? You want to tell us that, listen, this money that people gave us, we did not spend it, but there's thousands of people that need it. And you are doing a good job. The need far outweighs what has been done. The need gap where people actually need to get help far outweighs what they have done as a government. And then how you explain the $138.8 million from Beryl and the 101,000 US dollars from Beryl? Remember that they had a problem, you know. They have no logistics advisor, exactly. Remember that they had a problem with cleaning the drains, you know, and giving out money, you know, to clean the drains, you know. So even in the preparation for the hurricane, they weren't doing the right thing. They had the money and wasn't spending it from Beryl. You know, so people still don't get nothing from Beryl. And the government has $138.8 million plus 101,000 US dollars. Just in there, in the account, just sitting there pretty. Jamaica, I want to say this to you. You remember Andrew on the statutory declaration where money was taken from the charity and it was being used, whether unknowingly or knowingly, it was being used to benefit Andrew to grow his wealth. And then after it was recognized by the Integrity Commission, the money was put back. But he already gained profit from using the money. So if money is sitting in an account and the government is the one that is governing the money, can they not use the money and then put back the money after some years? Because I have to really think about that. I have to really think about that. Could they use the money to benefit themselves and their cronies? Oh, we're going to invest in this, and then when we get a return, we're going to put back the money as if the money is there. Is it possible that they could do that and fill their own pockets and their friends' pockets? Is that possible? Just a question. Because the way how these people are so crafty, they get me started thinking in this way, like, basically, I'm trying to think like a criminal. Because I don't trust them. I don't trust the man. They make me think wild, brother. The man, they make me think wild. I swear, let's continue.
And that is the difference between my administration and the administration you would have had if the people who are criticizing were government. The country ended up in deep problems precisely because you were a generation of Jamaicans who thought they were the intellectuals who led us down a pathway of misgovernment and mismanagement.
Jamaica, you know who were those intellectuals? Himself, Bruce Golding, and Manayard. And I'm gonna go to the article again. Anytime Andrew wants to talk about what do you call it? Economic misappropriation and destroying the country, I'm gonna go to this article. I am tired of the lies, Jamaica. I'm tired. The evidence is blatant and it's there for those who want to read. I am sick and I'm tired of the lies. Alright? So we're gonna go to the article again. Maybe somebody earlier when I was playing this, you guys never got the memo. Share this live with 5 people so they can learn. Right now, I want you to share this live with 5 persons so they can learn. I'm going to play with MC again. Because I'm going to blame the PMP for destroy the country and destroy the economy. I'm going to play it again.
Government wasn't being inefficient. Government was being very strategic and very efficient. And that is the difference between my administration and the administration you would have had if the people who are criticizing were government. The country ended up in deep problems precisely because you were a generation of Jamaicans who thought they were the intellectuals who led us down a pathway of misgovernment and mismanagement. And people followed because no one took the time to explain the bad decisions.
Embarrassing.
We need some milk.
Yo, this is the question is where that infamous money been saved. Cost after time it's been in holding, the interest has been taken for personal uses. No. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the money was invested. I am saying the way how these people are operating, they have me thinking, could it be that they are doing that? That's what I'm saying. Right? No. Check out your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the IMF, International Monetary Fund. This is the IMF lending case study for Jamaica. I am going to let you listen to this audio right here and watch it at the same time for those that are watching. Listen to this.
Jamaica and the IMF, the power of partnership and ownership. May 2019. After gaining independence in 1962, Jamaica enjoyed strong economic growth and achieved middle-income status quickly. 3 decades later, income started to plateau, including following a massive financial crisis in the 1990s and a further setback after the 2008 global financial crisis. Challenges have ranged from policy missteps that led to high public debt to vulnerability to natural disasters, emigration and brain drain, and high crime. By 2013, Jamaica's public debt had reached a historic high of about 147% of GDP, making it one of the most indebted countries in the world. Program ownership and design. After a debt exchange in 2010 and yet another IMF-supported program that went off track, in 2011, the country was on the verge of an economic meltdown with no access to international capital markets. Jamaica once again turned to the IMF in spring 2013 for financial support. With its preceding weak track record of reform, significant budget financing from international and development partners was less forthcoming. Jamaica needed a second debt exchange and a primary surplus of 7.5% of GDP to help stabilize the economy and address long-standing structural challenges. The public said enough is enough. The Economic Program Oversight Committee was formed so that stakeholders from the private sector, unions, government, academia, and the media could come together to hold the government accountable for its reform commitments and fiscal discipline under the reform program. With that, as described by Finance Minister Nigel Clark, what began as an IMF program became Jamaica's program with IMF support.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you see and you heard it. In 2010, another IMF-supported program that went off track. Who was in government 2010? Bruce Golding. Andrew Jones was a senior member of that government. So they are the ones responsible for the meltdown. The verge of economic meltdown with no access to international capital market, meaning the IMF, the World Bank, nobody would give us the time of day. I want us to remember this. I want it to soak in, marinate. We have the evidence, Jamaica. It's right there in front of you. Like and share this video. Andrea, big up yourself. Yeah, man, big up Peter Chambers for his birthday. Queen Candy, how you doing? Blessings to you, my sister. Share up the live with 10 new people. Let's go. Let's go. So we were on the verge of economic meltdown and no access to the international capital market. No access. Nobody would lend us any money. And you remember when Andrew Jones, after this particular situation with Hurricane Melissa, was boasting about how the fiscal discipline and how they were able to get money because of their fiscal discipline and all of that. I'm telling you, this man has no actual shame. If it was for Andrew Jones and his government alone at that particular time, we would not have any access to the international capital market. We would be in the wilderness. Jamaica would have been bought and sold already. Jamaica would have been totally bought out, you know. If it was for Andrew Jones' government, we would not be in a place that we are right now. And we're not in a great place. But if you can imagine if there was the government after 2011, you can imagine if Mama P did not, if God didn't put Mama P in place, if we could rescue Jamaica from economic meltdown, the country would have been destroyed. You would think that that government that violated the IMF and not take the test them, not even come an exam, could have said to the IMF, give us another chance. Do you know how much begging Mama P had to do, ladies and gentlemen? To actually get the IMF to open them door and say, come in, make we listen what you say. They couldn't even get a meeting. Chandelier big up. Them couldn't even get a meeting with the IMF because of what the government did. Nobody wanted to see us. Nobody. No IMF, no World Bank, nothing. We were locked off. Jamaica would have suffered and died a slow economic death because of the Jamaica Labour Party. The truth is the truth. And I'm going to repeat it because the lie is being repeated so much. We have to repeat the truth. So it's resonating on the heart and on the mind. I'm showing you while I'm telling you, Jamaica. For those that are watching on BOLO V&R clips, you're seeing it. So BOLO V&R 2.0, you're seeing it. So for those that are on TikTok, if you want to see this, come over to YouTube. The link is in the bio. And for those on BOLO V&R clips, you can do the same, you can come over. If you're second on BOLO V&R 2.0, make sure you subscribe. It's right there in front of you. This is the IMF case study. This is the official IMF website, imf.org. And I want to big up the teachers because they are the ones that I watch and got this information from and said, you know what? I have to, oh, wonderful. I found what I was looking for. Wonderful. We have Marky G on the ground right now. Let me show you about good governance, ladies and gentlemen. See? Let's listen to Mark Gold in here, sir. Because he's going to tell you what they had to go through when with this whole IMF thing, what they actually had to do at the time. It was very stressful and they had to get it done. There was no excuses. There was no, oh, you know, so me have to work 9 to 5 and oh, you know, so this someone that work 24 hours and oh, the truck them come in at the night time. There was none of that. They had to get it done. Listen to this. Let me find it.
To get Jamaica to grow other than at very low rates is because the bureaucracy is inefficient and it takes too long. Spin that the government propagandists put on it, you know? Mm-hmm. However, they are aware, I believe, of the shortcomings of the bill because, and I must to Jamaica to assist. So the deliverables, what they call structural benchmarks in Black River. And it's not an to Jamaica to assist the Jamaican people. What do you say about that? That's just fast. That's just nonsense. That is just an absence of political will and good public management. You know, there's absolutely no reason why they couldn't spend that money if they were minded to do it on people who needed the help for which it was given. There, you know, it's a question in anything in government, Colin. If you want it to go through according to a timeline, you have to manage the process. Mm-hmm. You have to ensure that the necessary steps are taken on a timely basis. When we were last in government, I was Minister of Justice. And then you may recall we had Jamaica was in a terrible situation which we inherited from the JLP, where the IMF agreement had collapsed. Jamaica's name was mud in the international lending community because they'd abandoned the program, and we had to get back in good graces with the international financial community, and they exacted a price in the sense that they were quite strict in the conditions that they imposed on Jamaica. And a lot of the changes that they required to be made required legislation. So the deliverables, what they call structural benchmarks under the IMF program, most of them were in the form of legislation. Some were just maintaining financial metrics in how you spend your money. But a lot of them were structural and things that had to be changed through legislation. I was responsible for the legislative program of the government at that time under Portia Simpson. You know. And I just had to manage that program so that we developed the legislation and pursued it and implemented it on a timely basis, because every one of those structural benchmarks, there are about 15 of them, if my memory serves, probably more. Every single one of them had a date attached to them that you had to table this bill in Parliament by X day, or you had to pass it by Y day. And I didn't want to be the reason why Jamaica wasn't delivering on the program. So I got my team together in the ministry, and they were great civil servants, great public servants. And we spent hours on this thing every week. I mean, weekends, late at night sometimes, but it's possible to do it. And I'm just saying, you know, so for them to say they can't spend money donated in cash for the purposes of the Jamaican people, it's just a lie.
What about emergency procurement? How does that?
Jamaica, want to hear that? If you don't want me play it again, say play it again. If you don't want me good night, better you doing, my darling. If you don't want me play it again, say play it again. Only hear what Marty G said. He and his team had to go through sleepless nights sometime because there was a time stamp on getting those specific legislation tabled and passed. Amara said play it again, so I'm going to play it. Because I said, I just want to see one somebody ask me, you know. One somebody. So this is a direct. I mean, me hear Andre said the PMP needs to come out and do a press conference. May agree. But Mark Golding did speak on this already. Mark Golding spoke about this argument about not spending the money. And he said it on Colin Bell show. Well, listen.
You know, more. Without the regulatory bodies having the ability to really make a difference in as to the way in which that project is rolled out.
So
again, has nothing to do with Melissa.
Tell me something, opposition leader. You mentioned earlier in the discussion the Dry Harbour Mountain issue where the court ruled against the government.
Yes.
If NARA, or I should even say if, because the bill has been passed,
It has.
when NARA comes into play, can the Prime Minister just go ahead and do that mining project even though the court has ruled against it?
That's a tricky one. I think that would raise constitutional issues if that attempt was made, because the court has already ruled that that project infringes in environmental rights of the Jamaican people, especially those living in the vicinity of the project. So I think any attempt to use NARA to overturn that could be challenged in court.
When NARA does a project, can it be challenged in court if the citizens believe that this violates our environmental rights or our constitutional right? Can they take it to court?
They can, and they will, I believe.
The opposition is totally up in arms with aspects of this bill. Will we see the opposition taking it to court to basically fix some of the things that you would want to see in the bill?
It's something that I'm considering and I'm seeking advice on. But it may be that we have to wait until NARA is operational and we see what it's actually doing, and if it does anything that is abusive of the rights of the people, then we can definitely, court action be taken, whether by the persons affected or by us or anyone else. But to challenge it just as a law which is not yet operational is a much more challenging legal thing to do. I'm not saying it can't be done. It's something we're looking at, but we haven't come to a decision on that yet.
Do you see this having any issue with the multilaterals?
Well, the multilaterals give tremendous weight to the government's narrative on any issue. That's just the nature of things. And I'm sure that this idea of NARA has been sold to them as a great thing that's going to help Jamaica move forward and help to reconstruct after Melissa and all of that. The spin that the government propagandists put on it, However, they are aware, I believe, of the shortcomings of the bill because, and I must mention Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environmental Trust in particular, who took the time to really analyze the bill and to put forward at least 2 position papers on different versions of the bill as it evolved through Parliament. and their points were solid and well reasoned, and I think that the international community would be aware of those points. They would also, I hope, be aware of some of what we've been saying, because we publish we created videos and published them, and they're on the internet and in social media and so on, of what we were saying. So there's a lot of material out there for anyone who's interested on what the NARA bill is and isn't.
The government speaks about red tape and procurement issues. How then, opposition leader, that the government could buy school bus in 2 months? How was that possible?
Exactly. It's simply, to my mind, it's not an honest position to take in terms of the justification for it. Because even look at this Spark program, which is so problematic. All of the Spark approvals have been obtained. The Spark was not held back. I mean, the problem with Spark are other problems. The fact that it's not, some of the necessary preparatory work to ensure that the projects were well thought through and had considered all the ramifications of what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that was not done.
Right.
But Spark has not been in any way hobbled by the existing regulatory framework of Jamaica. And as you said, neither was the procurement of those used buses. And I'm sure there are many other examples.
They are blaming procurement issue, the same bureaucracy and red tape, for the underspending of the $1.44 billion donated to Jamaica to assist the Jamaican people. What do you say about that?
That's just farce. That's just nonsense. That is just an absence of political will and good public management.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolutely no reason why they couldn't spend that money if they were minded to do it on people who needed the help for which it was given. It's a question in anything in government, Colin. If you want it to go through according to a timeline, you have to manage the process.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ensure that the necessary steps are taken on a timely basis. When we were last in government, I was Minister of Justice. And you may recall, Jamaica was in a terrible situation which we'd inherited from the JLP, where the IMF agreement had collapsed. Jamaica's name was mud in the international lending community because they had abandoned the program, and we had to get back in good graces with the international financial community, and they exacted a price in the sense that they were quite strict in the conditions that they imposed on Jamaica. And a lot of the changes that they required to be made required legislation. So the deliverables, what they call structural benchmarks under the IMF program, most of them were in the form of legislation. Some were just maintaining financial metrics in how you spend your money. But a lot of them were structural and things that had to be changed through legislation. I was responsible for the legislative program of the government at that time under Portia Simpson Miller. And I just had to manage that program so that we developed the legislation and pursued it and implemented it on a timely basis, because every one of those structural benchmarks, there are about 15 of them, if my memory serves, probably more. Every single one of them had a date attached to them that you had to table this bill in Parliament by X day, or you had to pass it by Y day. And I didn't want to be the reason why Jamaica wasn't delivering on the program. So I got my team together in the ministry, and they were great civil servants, great public servants, and we spent hours on this thing every week. I mean, weekends, late at night sometimes, but it's possible to do it. And I'm just saying, so for them to say they can't spend money donated in cash for the purposes of the Jamaican people, it's just a lie.
What about emergency procurement? How does that work? Why are they not using that?
They do use it.
Jamaica, if you didn't hear that, I'm glad I got to play it for you. If you're hearing that for the first time, I'm glad I got to play it for you. So now you see what Mark Golden's position is about this argument about spending the money. Now you see, not spending the money on time. It's just a lie. It is just a lie, Jamaica. Because remember the argument that they came out with. Oh, it's bureaucracy. You notice Andrew Owen's argument is different from Marlon Morgan argument. So, this is what they do now. Liars change the goalpost. They move it every minute. So we are talking about the money not being spent on time. And Andrew Owen has come today to say they are saying that we stole the money. And the conversation is why the money not spent yet. The money is not being spent on time. And he's listening to us, you know, because he hear me talk about social media. When he started this argument at this speech, you know, it's around 10 minutes in the speech, you know, or 12 minutes in the speech, you know, he started addressing, you know, this whole thing, you know. And now you're seeing gone in the speech, you might talk about where, which school he used to go and all them stuff there. Yo, me tell you, man, Andrew try to rock the people them to sleep. You understand? Him thinks he's smarter than the average bear, but he truly is not. The gig is up. What am I saying? The gig is up. All well-thinking persons snap out of it. There's no way you are listening to Andrew Honest and what I have broken down. And you say, boy, Bolo, that don't make no sense. So you're saying, oh, Marky G did it. Every single, this government should have approached the recovery strategy the same way. You notice in this speech, at some point he's going to say, in the news report, they're going to say, he has not given a timeline when this community is going to be built. When you really want to get things done and you want to achieve anything, I want you ask any person that is goal-oriented, that is successful. A timeline has to be put on whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. The fact that the government does not have a timeline, it means that they did not think through what they're doing very, very well. So when he says that he's being strategic, how can you be strategic when they did not put thought into it? People, they are just going along. They are just going along. They just want you guys to come off their backs. And I'm saying, do not come off their backs. Continue to press the government. Do not let the FLA report become a 9-day wonder. Do not let the 1.44 billion become a 9-day wonder. Do not let the situation happening at the UHWI become a 9-day wonder. Continue the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. It is important that you continue the conversation. There's more of you than there is me. So when you see a friend them on TikTok, you go up there and spark the argument, you talk about it. You never know who is watching. Let the world know the government is failing the people of Jamaica and they're suffering them. And I'm talking about the victims of Hurricane Melissa, and they're suffering us as well. That didn't get too much damage because the cost of living, mighty God. The high gas prices. Even the taxi man them are suffer. Because the taxi man they really can't get no raise. And them need it. Them need it, but them can't get it. You understand me? Cartoon original, big of myself, mama. The word is love. Yeah.
As I said, not everything that is common sense makes sense.
Embarrassing.
We need some milk.
Yo, I call somebody random right now. I call somebody random when I expect to call him right now. I want to call somebody when I not even watch his show. See, when I think I can call and get there with it. Come on later now, hold on. I'm seeing I can call that person. night.
Hello.
Yeah, I am live right now. I know it's late. I don't know if you're at work, but I don't know if you're there a bit. But more ask you one question.
Okay, go ahead.
If I was to say to you that it's not everything that is common sense makes sense, what would be your reaction to that?
You're not wrong.
So hold on then. Things where you believe say everything with anything. No, let me ask you a question again. Not everything that is common sense makes sense. You share that opinion?
Everybody has a different opinion to a lot of stuff. So at some point, not everything that is common sense will make sense to a lot of people.
No. I'm not saying it making sense to you, you know. This is about if something is common sense. The fact that it's called common and sense day night, it has to make sense. So how can it not make sense?
Oh, I don't know.
Jamaica, she asleep. Have a good night. You feel that one, yeah? You feel that one, yeah? You feel that one, yeah? Bad. You feel that one, yeah? Bad. Me not telling a lie. That's like saying somebody that is intelligent is not intelligent. What? Whose man's is this? You understand? That's crazy. But big up yourself. Thanks for taking the call. One interview to sleep. Later. My chick God. Jamaica, she asleep. Her brain not wake up yet. You know, so from 9 o'clock she start sleep if she not working up. Or about 8 o'clock. A real guy you bet somebody me I tell you about. I let this know. Alright. So let me play it again.
As I said, not everything that is common sense makes sense. Don't make sense. So I urge you to think carefully on these things. Very, very carefully. So I hope my friend who reached out to me in great concern, listening, would understand that it was the best decision. Now, what will the funds be used for? We have now almost completed the donated materials. You're probably out of donated materials now in the warehouse, almost complete. And now we're going to restock you. That is, we're going to restock the JDF and Alpen with building materials. We have the funds, can do it now so that you can go on to do another 500 roofs. Yes. But more than that, we're going to use some of that funds now to deal with something that I know you want to hear about. The government promised that we will bring in, we made a promise about 2,500 modular, semi-permanent, prefabricated housing solutions through the MHP. Those took time to manufacture and to ship and to clear. It took, I would say, about 3 to 4 months from the time we procured and placed the order to here. The government of China has given us some, the Ministry of Housing has purchased some, and I believe it's the Red Cross that is giving us some as well. So we make it up to about 3,000 units, these modular units. And we are building a small community in Westmoreland to facilitate those persons who were being housed at the Petersfield shelter. So we have the units here now, but again I want you to think with me, Jamaica. My government is not just going to take the units and come and plop them down anywhere. That wouldn't help. We're not going to do that. Whatever units we put down, there must be on a proper base. Because if you put them down on anything that is not firm and flat, they will warp, defects, and all of that. So we're going to have to build a proper base for them, a concrete base. What about sewage? You think we're just going to give it to you and leave this off? You have to make some arrangement for the disposal of sewage. You might have to give a little water tank on top of it too, or beside it. You don't think so? Yes. And so to put all of that together, you're looking at a median cost, meaning an average cost of about 500,000. Depending on where it is, it could be less, it could be more. Now, what is stop and think again? If it is not a community we're building and we're going to give one here and one over so and one way up so and one in the next part, how are they going to get here? These huge containers. They have to be transported on specific kind of vehicle and they have to be lifted by crane. So it's not something that you can just do overnight. It has to be planned out.
So it takes 7 months to plan that. And that they are trying to tell the people themselves. All the way I chat say it takes 7 months to plan. I got be nonsense man I chat you know. Automatic, big up. Be nonsense in my talk, Jamaica. Be nonsense. Mighty God, you know what? I'm going to Andre Stevens car. Me can't do this no more, brother. He might drain my energy, bro. He might not drain my energy. I'm not telling no lie. He might drain my energy right now. Just moment to fully drain my energy. The Andre show, yeah.
Listen to what he said tonight, Jamaica, for me to give him a response tonight.
The government is being strategic. That defense from Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness this evening amidst public backlash over news that his administration is yet to spend over $1 billion in hurricane relief funds. The Prime Minister also announced that the money will be used to buy prefabricated containers for those left homeless by the storm. He was speaking today at a National Labor Day project in St. Elizabeth. Jamila Maitland reports.
The Auditor General come out and said, well, the money's there. Why didn't you spend it fast enough? See the context now? The money was stolen. The money's there.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness at the Lewistown Early Childhood Institution in St. Elizabeth, one of the National Labor Day projects. But he also labored on another issue, the $1.4 billion in relief funds donated for victims of Hurricane Melissa. Dr. Holness says the funds will be used to help those left homeless by the hurricane.
The government of China has given us some. The Ministry of Housing has purchased some, and I believe it's the Red Cross that is giving us some as well. So we may get up to about 3,000 units, these modular units. And we are building a small community in Westmoreland to facilitate those persons who were being housed at the Petersfield shelter.
2,500 prefabricated container homes will be purchased. He says 900 of them are already in Jamaica and many beneficiaries have already been selected. In defending his government's management of relief efforts, Dr. Holness outlined the strategy.
So the funding that is donated will be used to support the establishment of the bases. Because the people who are going to get them, can they build the base themselves? No. So isn't that the best use of the money? Yes. That it is there will last them for 10, 15 years.
This was what surprised me. I never heard this. The money will be there for 10, 15 years. Boy, 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 boy. Boy, 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 boy. Boy, 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 boy. And that's being strategic. Margaret, how you doing? Boy, boy. Ballot. 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 Jamaican people, me say fi ballot. The man ya wicked. need me say fi balo. Jamaica, we have persons living under tarpaulin, kids, elderly, women, and Andrew Holness is talking about 15 years and having the money there. It better the money is there than you getting containers and carrying it to the people them at the part where them did live before, and make their head, at least them have something over them in Jamaica. It's called an emergency. Critical time is of the essence. By the time Andrew Holness done, the people don't give up and die Jamaica. And I have to ask the question, is that the motive of the government? Is that the motive of the government to have persons give up and leave Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, St. James? Leave and go to them family somewhere and don't claim them land, don't stand up on them land. Is that the motive of the government? 15 years? Mr. When me hear this, I say, what? Hold up, wait a minute. Did he just say that a while ago?
And they build the base themselves? No. So isn't that the best use of the money? Yes. That it is beer will last them got 10, 15 years, yes, other than to just spend it all and then you don't know where it went or what benefit it did.
So Mark Golden and the People's National Party was able to get donations and spend the money. And what they spent and gave the people in a timely manner, they still seeing it. What is he talking about? I'm gonna have to make sure somebody get the context of what I'm saying, because sometimes in talk about it, Let me hear what I'm saying. Because I can't 15 years talk about the money for the day. It cannot be. Let me hear what I'm saying.
Let's outline the strategy.
So the funding that is donated will be used to support the establishment of the bases. Because the people who are going to get them, can they build the base themselves? No.
People are in that crowd and I said, no, the people can't build the base themselves. Who tell you that? Who tell you say Jamaican people handicap and can't build base? Who tell them that, Jamaica? Andrea, who tell them that? Yankee Blesser, who tell them that? At what point did they say, yo, so we can't build the base too, because, we don't know if we do construction, so we can't build the base? At what point the same people that is resilient don't know if we build the base? Devil is a liar. My God.
So isn't that the best use of the money? Yes. That it is beer will last them got 10, 15 years, other than to just spend it all and then you don't know where it went.
So, I'm going to give him a blind on that one. He must have said, whatever them build, it's going to do every 10, 15 years. I can't, the money he must say, I'm going to do every 10, 15 years. Cannot be. It can't be. It can't be Jamaica.
What benefit did you? Think Jamaica, think.
But according to the Auditor General's report, there was no expenditure, drafted or otherwise provided, for what the government planned to do with the money. At least none that was provided to the auditing team at the time in February 2026. Dr. Holness now says the audit was...
No, Jamaica. So in February, this government still did not have a plan as to how 1B was up. This government still did not have a plan in February 2026 as to how they would use that donation money strategically. They didn't have a plan for the money in February. That's a fact. Do you guys think that is a failure? If you think it's a failure that the government did not have a plan for the money in February 2026, October, November, December, January, February, 5 months, 4 months to 5 months after the storm. Do you think that is okay for these people that are getting paid 200 to 300% on their money is coming to tell us that, listen, Bridget, I don't have a plan for this money 4 months after getting the money. But people sent the money for emergency purposes to help people. You know, I'm going to say this, and I don't have any apologies. The persons that, you know, that sent their money to Jamaica, if it should ever be unfortunate that this hurricane season comes and there's a disaster and you have the ability to send any money or you have any money to send, don't send it to the government. It's going to take them 7 months to figure it out, to figure out where to start and how to spend the money. Don't send it to them again. Send it to the People's National Party. I guarantee you that the money will be spent in a timely manner. Do you know that the People's National Party spent all the money that they got and added money to it? Send the money to the PMP next time here. Or you can come down here yourself, like what most people did. Do you know that persons ordered houses, container houses, and brought it to people? But Andrew Holness government, it's taking quite a while because they cannot buy houses already made enough. They bought houses that they had to construct. And that's a question. Why did they do that? You're telling me there was no more houses to be bought? There was not enough houses on the market for Jamaica to be bought. You guys had to buy new, that, like, when I say new, I'm not saying the other ones would be old, but you had to have, they had to reconstruct them before sending them. There wasn't any already constructed that was new. Are we to believe that? Thursday of this week will be 7 months since the hurricane mashed up Jamaica. Andrea, thank you for that update. Mighty God.
It's done before a decision was made.
So when this audit came out, we had already taken that decision for the performance audit, the real-time audit. Didn't take the policy directive that was given into account. They just made a statement which was government was being inefficient. Government was being very strategic and very efficient.
The Prime Minister was unable to see when the new homes will be ready, adding,
so he's being efficient according to him, but he won't be able to tell us when the homes will be ready. Da da dee. Da da da. Wow.
That is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Emotional damage.
That's crazy, bro.
that it will take some time. The 2026 Atlantic hurricane season beginning.
Very efficient.
The Prime Minister was unable to say when the new homes will be ready, adding that it will take some time. The 2026 Atlantic hurricane season begins in a few days on.
So as the hurricane season approaches in 48, well, not 48, 5 more days, 240 hours. Andrew Holness is saying, yes, we have these plans for these units, but the people that are homeless, you know, it's going to take some time. Yeah, man, hold on a little longer. And you see, if a hurricane comes, they're going to tell you that, listen, you know, what are we going to do? Another hurricane came, you know, it's going to take some more time. And so you're going to continuously have a government that make excuses for not delivering for the people. That's what's going to happen. Oh, you have to be reasonable, man. Give us some time. You know, the reason why I'm so hard on the government is because they get a lot of good advice and they don't take it. They get a lot of good advice and they don't take it. They want to do things their way. So you see, when you have somebody that has that type of approach, I am the person that's going to put it in your face. I told you so. People told you so. You're evil, you're wicked because you have people suffering. And we told you so. Ralston, and you know much people give the man them solid advice, Colin Bell. Even the speed at which persons are being assessed. They were given clear directives through good suggestion as to what you should do to make sure that persons are assessed quicker. So they can get help quicker. Every single thing, Jamaica. And you know what Andrew Wallace said in this particular thing that really stood out to me? He said that Gilbert, more aid came here in Hurricane Gilbert than the one that came here. No, Mark Golden, they definitely have to do a press conference. You guys have to come and rebut every single thing that Andrew Wallace said. That's a lie. No later than I would love for you guys to do it today. Fresh off the gutter like 2 scoops of butter. Today. Like today? You know, like today? Yeah, man, but I love for to do it today.
June 1, Jamila Maitland, TJ News.
The government meant by
as well. So we're being housed at the Peters.
Elected strategy. Value to the
I want to play a song tonight for them. Jamaicans are in Western Jamaica suffering.
So real suffering too.
Suffering without a roof, suffering without food, suffering without school, suffering without hospital, suffering without basic water, suffering without basic roads and the rudiments. So when you're going to try to be the sly or fox, or you're going to call it a spin doctor, no level of spinning you are going to spin will come to the reality that is in 10, 15 years you want to use money to fix. You know, I don't hear Jamaicans say what I'm saying now. In 10 to 15 years the money will be there. In 10 to 15 years you will not be the government. What can go so? All you see around us is suffering on the land. All you see around us is people crying. And you're that tone deaf to come and take that damn approach, talking about you being strategic. Strategic is you identifying not 2,500 houses. Strategic is you identifying 20,000 homes.
That's right.
Putting a timeline to it.
Yes.
Putting down the bases, not even one base with the house, them got them in a one.
The more they did it.
Strategic is you identifying schools and putting back schools into operation.
Well, them put on about what 4 base or so, or 2 base. They put on some base, man. They put on some base, but it's quite inadequate based off the need, the necessity, the urgent necessity that the people are are having. It's not even a drop in the bucket. It's like a feather being dropped into the well of necessity, to be quite honest with you.
Strategic is you looking out for the well-being of the workers. Strategic is you thinking that the children are eating a good meal. Strategic, your public sector workers who are in Western Jamaica should have at least a home. Policeman now know if you sleep, they have sleep in a police station. Nurse now know if you sleep, they have sleep in a nurse's quarters. Hey boy, hey big nose boy. Pinocchio, because the more lie you are talking about strategic. You insult the Jamaican people. Or you must be strategic and talk about 10, 15 flipping years. We have spent money about big nose boy. He needs some milk. Hey. Whether your people are talking about strategy and it take 15 years to develop strategy. You have short, medium, and long-term strategy. Me, a big nose boy. What is short-term strategy to take the people out of the gutter? A big nose boy, a lying abomination. Come here. A big nose boy.
Hi, because we are the
divine intervention. We're tired of the labor right. A big nose boy. How you think you can come disrespect? Yeah. A big nose boy. The more you lie, the more your nose exposed. Pinocchio, all wicked pandelan. A big nose boy.
Fall out! Whoa! We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help.
Big nose boy, you know, hey, ball out!
Whoa, yo, yo, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament.
No, go on, remember what the bus a second then. No, me have a lecture about strategy. Me have a lecture tonight, Jamaica, about logistics, planning. A big nose boy, California sweet pepper nose. I want to watch Jamaica. What is strategic about making people happy? The man has basically told you is in the next 10 to 15 years, all almost or half or quarter or get a house. The man has literally told you it now fix no time soon. The man has literally told you it not fixing. The auditor general said the money there, but it just not spent. And we being strategic. You know what strategy looks like? You know what being strategic looks like? You identifying the people. Then you deploy what? Working and workable solutions to get the people at a satisfied place. Not even the people in the shelter can't have somewhere to go. What is strategic for all the people in the shelter? Them can't have somewhere to live properly. And schools are being disoriented. Is that being strategic? Is that being strategic? Andrew Michael Holness, you have people in a shelter where they have nowhere to live, and schools are there for sabotage. Is that being strategic? What can go so? Is that being
I told you all, you know, the strategy must be to suffer the people. I call Andrea and say, you know, is it that the strategy is to suffer the people? Because the areas in which that are most affected are PNP areas. Do you hear anybody in the JLP areas in St. James complaining? Do you hear them complaining? Only Southern St. James. 6 bases as Peterfield. What about Dayton and Dr. Hills? Exactly. Alphonse, big up yourself, thanks for the follow. Exactly, Andrea. 6 bases are put up. 6 bases.
Strategic. People must go for roof program when them go there say there's no more money. Is that being strategic? Is that being strategic? I want to go there. Is that being strategic? When people go to hospital and them afraid the pan, the ground, for like rata leptospirosis walk over them. A big loss boy. What's strategic about that?
Ball out! Whoa, yo, yo, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament.
Big up I Am Redeem and big up I Am Redeem. Oh yeah, I Am Redeem. Big up yourself, I Am Redeem. Let's continue. Beth, big up yourself. Everybody on TikTok, big up. TikTok, I know so we can get 50k likes, man. I know say a night, but I want to do the right thing. And the people on YouTube share up the life for me there. One Maxwell, respect. Thanks for the continued support. One Cartoon, big up yourself, thanks for the follow. Seen?
The 5A. 5A, come here. 5A. You know what you're strategic about? You're going to slowly eat the money. Yes. You're going to slowly eat the money, so every time you look, you take a $5, you take a $2. You must skim the money, Jamaica, like when you cook rice, you skim the rice to make the rice come to perfection. You must skim fish camp for him and him teeth in Bigfoot wives. And the concubine them will go behind it. 5A, you know, tell them so that you're not strategic about. Yes.
Hey Meek, what's up Meek? Meek said 5 minutes ago I said to my mom, if she noticed they can't show an overview of the base. Mr. Kea, what's up Kea? It's me, same one. So you can. Oh, at the same one cartoon. Okay, I follow you back, man. Look yourself. Follow you back. What kind of picture that? What kind of picture that? Are you turn upside down? No man, I must want next woman that in that picture. I can't you. Where you going with over there, sir? Take it easy. No man. If I you that you are going bad, my girl. I say you turn. Mighty God. All right, mama. Anyway, because they know no more than 6 base there. Oh, you mean as oh, so they haven't done any PR of it. That's why Mr. what's Desmond McKenzie was so upset with doing VARs. Even in Parliament, you saw when named Pernell Charles Jr. Pernell Charles Jr. took a shot figuratively. Not a shot as in a gunshot. But he threw shade on Dwayne Vaz, saying that members instead of going on social media and saying this and saying that, you know, you should come to us and talk to us. You know, remember? I put it on my page, I point it out. None of the liberate them not complain. A 1 and 2 liberate are complaining, you know. 1 and 2 liberate cars, they shame like dog. They shame like dog, say. Them come out and them go so hard on the media and diss all people and make enemy and them something there. You understand? 5A, you know what I'm continue. You know what I'm going to
strategic with spending the money so you can use it if you try win the local government because it need to get, but it not work and it not work.
Ball out! Whoa, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election.
5A. Yes. 5A, come here again, make I've done you like a gun. Come here, 5A. Where the barrel money there? So you did strategic for all about the 138 million. I wonder which one of the 20 is a country that gonna push that in now. The 100. Where is strategic about? Oh, you got strategic for the roof program. So you tell the people them say the money done now when you look the money are going to burn echo shot. Die. Where sparks there? Yeah, it's strategic about the sparks that so much millions of dollars use and how much road still never do yet. Yeah, so everything about you. Yes, I know you, Andrew. Well, yes, you're strategic to empower your pockets. You're strategic to empower your friends. You're strategic to empower yourself. And you're strategic to empower your wife and your concubines. Right. So you're strategic for your games, Andrew Holness. Not the games of the thousands of ordinary Jamaicans who are suffering. You know, as Shaquille Ramsey said, they need to start get some egg and stone you with the egg then. They need to get some egg. Put me when them see me in the supermarket, them just dash the egg pan him and say, big nose boy. Pinocchio indeed. Pinocchio indeed, Jamaica. He's a damn Pinocchio. So you see what you, Marlon, we're saying, you can go look in the WhatsApp channel code. One more letter sent again. Marlon, I don't know where you, I don't know where Abka, I don't know where all are. But I'm going to say this to them. Them say them want judicial review, Jamaica. Listen to this now. He want judicial review. Judicial review. But I'm going to say to you, Marlon, any day you want to test me sanity, be prepared for what is to come. Be prepared for what is to come. So what I'm going to say, Jamaica, I'm going to send it to now and I'm going to see it there in the WhatsApp channel. See it there again, Jamaica. Every night, if it is not him, it's the other one. See it here now. Hold on, they don't put up this yet. Theme liar now, send it. See that, Jamaica, I'm send it to now. So every day, it is an aim to discriminate me. It's a day to attack me. But I'm going to say it. Yes, you can put it up. You can put it up, Jamaica. I want to ask you, Jamaica. The distractions are coming, but I'm going to say to you. Every day, you, Akka, all of you, Saeed, Nationwide, all of you, can do what you're doing. But it won't stop me from representing the people of Jamaica. My representation for the people of Jamaica doesn't limit myself being in Gordon House or the Senate. I represent the people of Jamaica every second, every hour, every minute. Don't you realize that majority of you are losing the people's favorability?
Facts.
Don't you realize it's people like myself and Marvin, Edgar, and other young people and other voices in this country that is gaining a relevance? I don't need to stand in Gardner House to impact. It will legitimize what I need to do for the Jamaican people. And if it is to be done, you and Abka and none of you will be able to...
Yeah, they're not about it. Them can't do not about that, Andrew. I'm not wasting time, but you know the devil will try, you know. Yeah, man, so make them go and stay busy. The more them fight, I more elevate in general, so you will pay them no mind. No more, I go to this quickly, you know. More go to this quickly. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a brother BOLO V&R in this space again. My mom sent me this video. I don't know how many of you has seen it or heard it, but it is a call to our brother Marvin Edgar. You understand? It's a message to Marvin Edgar. And you know, I've seen some other things on the internet where it appears as if persons are threatening Marvin Edgar, right? Because Marvin Edgar now is pushing things on a legal basis in terms of going to the UN and, you know, galvanizing the people to sign petition, and he's getting a lot of support. So of course, I would encourage everybody to pray for Marvin Edgar. Pray for all of us. Pray for yourselves as well. I would encourage them to do so. It's very important, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? The battle is not carnal, it's spiritual. So, when you see this attack coming on, and then Pops YG came out and made a statement. I saw it on Perry Cummings Jr. page where he said some police I said, oh, Marvin they want to catch. I don't know what true it is, but that's what Pops YG said. You understand what I deal with? He said that. So let's hear what the young lady got to say, because I haven't listened to it, so this will be my raw reaction. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen.
Message from the Lord God Almighty Jesus Christ to Marvin. Marvin Edgar, also known as Marvin Little Fire on social media, the Lord is warning you. I saw you in a dream in the realms, and somebody shot you up. So many gunshots you got. Shoot you up, kill you. I asked God, what is the meaning of this dream? And the Holy Spirit revealed to me, Marvin, that you need to repent. First, I want to say this. God loves you. He loves you so much. Jesus loves you so much. And he's so proud of you for what you're doing for his people. You're fighting against injustice. You're standing up for the innocent. You're standing up for the poor. And that is pleasing to the Lord. The Lord wants to protect you, Marvin. He wants you under his wings. You are his son. He wants to use you mightily. He wants to protect you. But you have to give your life to him. You have to give him full authority over your life, Marvin. You have to repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. Surrender your life to him. Align yourself with the Most High so that he can protect you fully against the enemy that you are standing up against. Because, Marvin, this battle that you are fighting is not just a physical battle. This is a spiritual warfare you're walking into. And you're going to be standing up against powers and principalities in high places. dark forces. You need the full armor of God if you are going to win this war. Because let me tell you something, Marvin. God wants your soul. He wants you to be a part of his kingdom. But the devil also wants your soul. Every day that you are alive on this world is a constant battle between God and Satan for your soul. But you, Marvin, have the authority, the choice, you have free will to give your life to Christ or to the devil. And you cannot be a server of two masters. You cannot be lukewarm. You have to pick a side. Either you're fighting for light and good or for darkness and evil. You have to choose who you will be faithful to. I'm going to share this verse with you from the book of Isaiah, chapter 56. No, it's chapter 59, verse 17. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and the helmet of salvation upon his head, and he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay. Fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the islands he will repay recompense. God wants to fight this battle for you, Marvin. He wants to protect you and defend you. But you have to repent, turn away from your wicked ways, and give yourself to Jesus Christ fully, so he can protect you fully from the snares and the traps of the enemy out there, which are set to steal your soul to the kingdom of darkness. I pray that you will take heed to his message, repent, and become our brother in Christ, Marvin. Come over this side. Be a part of the kingdom of heaven so God can use you as his chosen vessel. Saints of God, this is a message from the Lord God Almighty Jesus.
I think that was a solid message. I think that was a message with love, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? And I know the message is for Marvin, but I think the message is for all of us. The wider message. No look a joke about that, because these people and what them involved in is high levels of evil. You understand? High levels of evil them is a part of. Let me listen to that again. And me glad to play it out so I can stop it now. Listen to that again.
Christ to Marvin. Marvin Edgar, also known as Marvin Little Fire on social media, the Lord is warning you. I saw you in a dream in the realms, and somebody shot you up. So many gunshots you got. Shoot you up, kill you. I asked God, what is the meaning of this dream? And the Holy Spirit revealed to me, Marvin, that you need to repent. First, I want to say this. God loves you. He loves you so much. Jesus loves you so much. And he's so proud of you for what you're doing for his people. You're fighting against injustice. You're standing up for the innocent. You're standing up for the poor. And that is pleasing to the Lord. The Lord wants to protect you, Marvin. He wants you under his wings. You are his son. He wants to use you. mightily. He wants to protect you. But you have to give your life to him. You have to give him full authority over your life, Marvin. You have to repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. Surrender your life to him. Align yourself with the Most High so that he can protect you fully against the enemy that you are standing up against. Because, Marvin, this battle that you are fighting is not just a physical battle.
No, me see somebody in our comment section saying that he's already protected by the Lord God. Listen, you see, when you see somebody come in this manner and the way how this lady has approached this particular message, listen, just listen. Don't forget about the criticism. This was a message of love. So Marvin, Edgar, the only person that can criticize the message. You guys cannot, because you don't know you don't know the life of Marvin live. If in the sight of the Lord, Marvin has given his life totally. So don't do that in the comment section. You understand? This is a message that I don't know why you guys are so against God's message when you don't hear the love coming from the lady. This was a very positive message, a message of love. It's like you now pay attention. You know, she said, me just mentioned it a while ago. Pops YG said the police them say they want to hold Marvin. Marvin had deal with them terribly, you know. Marvin said something out of mouth and then you feel like some vindictive police out there might want to do Marvin things with you. And then you see the man them where they say, oh, we can't touch Marvin and all of this. Brother, let me tell you something. You see, everybody will come up and actually, you can't determine when God is going to send message to somebody. You can't determine that God send message from theme time. You can't, that's not even one question for you ask. At the best time this, if you say to him, if you give him this a messenger. So if you're not giving life to God already, give your life to God now. The girl see a devastating vision. So as she get the vision, she give the word. That is how it works. So you even have a question the time when she get the vision. So you think this a girl here look clout? Have you looked at her page? Her tone and how she delivers her message has always been the same. Every single time. I have seen many of her videos. Many. Always been the time. Why people refuse this message of repentance so much? It's like people against repentance and against Jesus Christ and against God. I mean, I talk to everybody on the live where I think the way or some people are talk. I talk to everybody, so I'm not single out anybody. Why on the stay so? And you see the last part of what the lady said. What Marvin have come up against are principalities in our high places. If God never went to protect Pastor Peter Chambers, Pastor Peter Chambers would not be here today. As I said today, I'm birthday, well, yesterday, 12 o'clock now, big up Pastor Peter Chambers. Because the people in Pastor Peter Chambers are talk out against and when I say about them and I reveal the secrets of heart. The same thing with Mark Stewart. Mark Stewart said one day, if you go at the station, and him sleep late, and there was individuals there waiting for end him life, and God make him did late and make him did on time for still alive. You don't understand, Bridget. You don't understand. Don't make, because I want to lack of understanding, you blaspheme respectfully. Don't do that. The lady now come up against Marvin. This was a message of love. And if Marvin Edgar actually listen to this message and him wise, him going to heed the call. Or if you say him already protected. God tell you that? That is not something I say. I don't even remember who said it. But I see one message in the chat. That's what you are talking about. That's what you think. Sad. Jamaican people will last here, man. Will last, Bridget. Totally lost. And it's like, man, we're spiritually blind. We're not even pay attention to certain things. Like, we don't see it. Even when the prophet them talk about it, we still not see it. We don't see what going on in Jamaica. Mighty God.
This is a spiritual warfare you're walking into, and you're going to be standing up against powers and principalities in high places, dark forces. You need the full armor of God if you are going to win this war. Because
let me go on an example. Look for Ibrahim Traore. You don't know how much time they try to assassinate him. If Ibrahim Traore never have good covering, he would not be here. The things that Ibrahim Traore was doing, the chains that he was breaking, if he did not have the right covering, Ibrahim Traore would not be here, ladies and gentlemen. He wouldn't. I'm telling you, he would not be here, Jody. Different type of protection the lady I talk about. Different. Hey, let me tell you something, man. The way on me would I describe these people, these agents of the devil, after a person who never watched Terminator. I see when Terminator try to take out the lady because you don't want the baby born, at that level of determination there, them demons they come with. And they came after Ibrahim Traore and they're still going after him. So if you don't have God by your side, the full armor, if you stay sharp, any weakness then we exploit. So this is coming from love. This is love. Don't mistake this with anything else but love. Even Fidel Castro, look how much time they come off of him. I want to, man. Pay attention.
now, let me tell you something, Marvin. God wants your soul. He wants you to be a part of his kingdom. But the devil also wants your soul. Every day that you are alive on this world is a constant battle between God and Satan for your soul. But you, Marvin, have the authority, the choice, you have free will to give your life to Christ
or
to the devil. And you cannot be a server of two masters.
Yes.
You cannot be lukewarm.
A lot of us are lukewarm. I mean, I take myself for time. A lot of us are lukewarm. We want to say we are serve God, but at the same time, we do all the things and we displease God on a daily basis. We want to say we're covered by God and still make excuses for the sin them where we are coming. Some people go as far as not even want to recognize, say these things are sin. So they fight everything. Them at odds with everything about what God said, how them feel live. Even Michael Manley then come off the same way. Michael Manley never have courage. Michael Manley would have been out of here a long time. Long time. Peter Chambers said when the man they put the gun in the media here, click. No gun, no fire. Grace of God, the man is still alive, ladies and gentlemen. Only through the power of God. Jesus Christ in Lord and Savior, why he's still here. That's why, you know, my mother always say, you have to seek God for yourself, you know, and have a relationship with God, you know, so you can have your own testimony. Because without that testimony, you're not going to really get it. So when you see a Peter Chambers and a Mark Stewart and a Pastor Jeff Shutworth and others that have a real testimony and have a relationship with God, seeing and I live as best as they can, because God chose them for such a time to carry out certain spiritual mission. For them, conviction is sometimes or most times unshakable because of that understanding and having that relationship with God. Because they know that never dare cross him. Because in see how God protect them from persons that cross them just because God love them. So can you imagine? Can you imagine?
You have to pick a side. Either you're fighting for light
or
and
darkness,
good, or for darkness and evil. You have to choose who you will be faithful to. I'm going to share this verse with you from the book of Isaiah, chapter 56. No, it's chapter 59, sorry, verse 17. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and the helmet of salvation upon his head, and he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay. Fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the islands he will repay recompense. God wants to fight this battle for you, Marvin. He wants to protect you and defend you. But you have to repent, turn away from your wicked ways, and give yourself to Jesus Christ fully, so he can protect you fully from the snares and the traps of the enemy out there, which are set to steal your soul to the kingdom of darkness. I pray that you will take heed to his message, repent, and become our brother in Christ, Marvin. Come over this side. Be a part of the kingdom of heaven so God can use you as his chosen vessel.
So Jamaica, where's the hatred? Did you guys sense any hatred from this young lady towards Marvin Edgar in the statements and the word that she gave to you? All I heard was love. This was the most gentlest warning I could ever hear coming from anybody that gets a message to somebody. And the most gentlest warning this may ever hear. That doesn't mean the warning is not serious now, because she did mention she seen a vision when they shoot him up. You understand? That doesn't mean that she's wishing bad on Marvin. I'm not getting that energy, I'm not getting that vibe, so it kind of, I am bewildered as to why there's certain comments in the comment section about this particular thing. But I digress. I think this message is for everybody that, you know, says anything about the government. I think this message is for every single PMP person. I think this message is for anybody that is a part of the Jamaica Labour Party that has now recognized and is willing to speak out. You have now recognized that, yo, the man them now do the right thing, brother, and some other thing them depend. So the only way you can truly stand up against the government if God is on your side. 100%. You will not be effective or successful if you don't do that. And I want to know, where is the lie? in that statement? Where's the lie? I don't hear any lies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Be respectful, especially with these types of reaction and these, you understand? You don't want to piss off God. Alright? Don't piss off God in the comment section. If you don't have nothing good to say, keep it to yourself. You want to know? Alright, that is it. Let me move on. Let me move on, ladies and gentlemen. Big up that young lady. See? Well, the Oklahoma, the OKC Thunder wiped the floor with the Spurs. What a night. They came back very strong, looking like defending champions, eh? Came back very strong, ladies and gentlemen. So big up them. You know, it's basketball season, so you know, look at basketball, you know? Here and there and everywhere. Let me find this video. I'm not stay on too long with the people in my talk. By 1:30 I'm supposed to done fully 100%. 100%. Oh no. Oh my God. I almost forgot, you know. Oh, thank goodness I remembered. See what I want. Somebody did send me a message about something I want, you know. I need to check out, you know. So let me see if I buy something. Alright. From the worker's perspective, I would have honor. Oh, Portia Sims Miller, okay. Awesome. Oh, wow. No, man, she come out strong. No, sir, miss. You come out strong with this over there. Mighty God. Let me put it over here, sir. No, sir, so this long. She come out strong, Jamaica. This is a strong one. Let's see if we can come up here. See if we can put it on the screen there. Yeah, here we go. Nice. Take the money off ice cream. Take off Andrew and Marvin.
Ferguson. Jamaica, I have a genuine question. When does accountability become urgent in this country? And more important,
hey, you know, so I love her. I love her, you see. If I love her one more time. That's such an awesome question, isn't it? I think it's an awesome question.
one incident, not one misunderstanding.
I think it's an awesome question. But I can't do the reaction this way because I can't control Facebook and OBS like that in terms of pausing and stuff like that. So let me do it another way. Bear with me, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. Alright, Colin Bill. Find out what going in the economics. Oh, one understand, I'm man. I understand. Why?
Work overnight.
Man, no go home.
Man, no go home. So that is total.
Everything start out.
Yeah, man. Total garbage. The Prime Minister said that is why Marky G said that sham, because that is total garbage.
I'm not trying to them run.
No, I drop business. Yeah.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Beck. You know, there's outside factors to determine the betterment of the Jamaican people and the Jamaican economy. That's not in the hands, that lies in the hands of the people in the country of Jamaica. And I think that's an approach that we have to take. Before we were open and yes, all the rest of it, but these lessons we're seeing, every year, practically for the last 10 years, we've had a major episode. If it's not COVID, a hurricane, wars, all these things. And the reason why, and then we're always in recovery mode. So we get hit, then we're in recovery mode.
And that's why we have to make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. Exactly.
Thank you, my brother.
While the sun shines.
Blessings and
I think I'll have to go over that interview with this man. Yeah, because I didn't catch it. I didn't catch any of it. But what Colin Bell says after, I have to go and listen to this interview, and I think you guys should too as well, because they're talking about the messages that what they call it, statin and the PIOJ is putting out in terms of inflation, cost of living, oil prices, and you know, he's a gentleman, so he never go hard like Rasta man. So anyway, yes, ladies and gentlemen, so we need to hear from the Professor Ralston Hyman as to what is going on and also his reaction to the interview with Mr. Al Edwards. Let's listen to this.
Sir, good evening.
Well, go on, my brother.
I'm here.
We were just talking to Al Edwards a while ago.
Yeah, man. Good man.
He's basically saying the same thing, but he's trying to be very diplomatic.
Yeah, man. Very good youth, man.
Yeah, man. And everybody punch them straight like how we punch them.
Yeah, man.
You know, Al said that the man from PIOJ, he was wrong. He was wrong.
What?
That's how Al put it. Al said he was wrong.
Dead wrong. Dead wrong. Dead wrong.
Why we can't say those are the Ralston. The man chat horse man,
yeah, man.
The man come
totally unprofessional, yeah. He's a political technocrat, right?
Yeah, that is very scary when our agencies are behaving in such a way.
Yeah, because that is the agency that is supposed to be telling the government how to avoid a recession. And if we fall in one, that is the agency that is supposed to be telling the government how to come out of a recession, not to be denying it.
And plotting and scheming numbers.
Rubbish.
What happened today, brother?
Well, the Bank of Jamaica was in the market today. They are going to be mopping up some $35 billion tomorrow. And the government will also be in the market tomorrow, borrowing some $8 billion to fund the budget. The governor of the Bank of Jamaica, today, the governor had his quarterly media briefing.
Yes.
Our quarterly briefing that then briefed the media.
Yeah, man, we were listening to it. Al was there.
Okay. What things he said? I hope I'll ask him the question. What things that the governor said? The BOJ sold some 1.3 billion to the market between April of 2025 and April of 2026.
And they buy what, 900 million?
They bought 900 million more than they sold. Listen to good enough. Yeah? So, in other words, they sold 1.3 billion, but they bought 2.2 billion.
Whoa.
Follow me?
Yes, Raleigh.
Yeah, but the governor hasn't explained how is it that you bought 906 million more than you sold, but the reserves dropped by $456 million during the same month. That math is not working out. Sorry, I'll never ask him that question.
I find, though, that the questions were rather tame, Ralston.
Yeah, but 6 million more than you sold, but the reserves dropped by $456 million during the same month. Follow me?
Yes, Raleigh.
Yeah, but the governor hasn't explained how is it that you bought 906 million more than you sold, but the reserves dropped by $456 million during the same month.
900 million?
They bought, ask him the question, what things that the governor said? The BOJ sold some 1.3 billion to the market between April of 2025 and April of 2026.
And they buy what, 900 million?
They bought 900 million more than they sold. Listen to good enough. Yeah. So, in other words, they sold 1.3 billion.
Me have to write down them figures here. 1.3 billion. Me write it down Jamaica. Yeah man, 1.3 billion. Alright, them sold 1.3 billion. Alright. Continue.
But they bought
advertisement no easy, you know.
Than they sold. Listen to good enough. Yeah. So, in other words, they sold 1.3 billion, but they bought 2.2 billion.
So 2.2 billion. They bought 2.2 billion and sold 900 and sold 1.3 billion. So when you minus 2.2 billion from 1.3 billion, the difference is 900 billion. Alright, my people, let's continue.
Follow me?
Yes, Raleigh.
Yeah, but the governor has explained, how is it that you bought 906 million more than you sold, but the reserves dropped by $456 million during the same month?
Oh, okay, something alright. Something is not right, Jamaica. Something is not right, my people. When I hear this, something alright. I want to make my soundboard. No, I'm not supposed to have no problem with the soundboard. My soundboard brand new, you know. Must have a problem with the what you call it? Yeah, let me see what I go on here. Let me see what I go on here, Jamaica. Okay, that happened. Why are them under pressure? Why are them under pressure, guys? Why are them under serious pressure? That's why I know you hit a plug every minute. Problem. Let's see if I fix it or not. See if it fixes or not. See if it come up. Let's see. 906 billion. And you only take out 400 and add out a reserve. Something, right? Because if you're at a loss, you would be at a loss. So something, right? That's so. That's not simple mathematics. How that go? How that go? Wow, this is very stressful right now. It seems as if the devil is attacking the page, man. Seems as if the agents of the devil is attacking my devices. Where's that thing? Hold on, I soon come back to the people. Persons, let me see my camera or fix back my camera. Deactivate, activate. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. Hi Decade, how you doing, my baby? Good to see you. Yes, the local agent them are the devil, them I lick off on my computer and my device them. My brand new device them I get. What are they at? Hold on just a minute. Alright. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Let's try this again. Let's try this one more time. Look at those, try this up. See yourself. See if it come up. Camera is good. Camera good. Oh, camera not work. After deactivate, activate that again. And we run the studio, you know. Alright, so we're back on camera side. So much work. Andrea said something not mashing up, matching up. They laugh. These people think Jamaica for done. But the Jamaican people they don't really pay attention to them something so. And I like them a take for done. Them just so we not pay attention to them something like and I say we not take myself out there because if me never start listening to Rasta man, I don't know what them something. See me? I don't know what them something you know. Yeah man, I don't know what them something man. So all rallies a man now where he have to be careful too. And make sure it's covered. I live in a serious time in Jamaica right now. Come like the wire get beat up, Virgin. Like the computer when I press on the wire. And a problem you know. Plug in over here say plug in over here. See if it come up. No, it don't come up. Microphone there. Microphone not come up yet. Okay, at least recognize the microphone. But me still not see the soundboard come up and I need to get this fixed. Yeah, I need to get this fixed. You guys can hear me? Okay. Yeah, I see you guys can hear me. Over by BOLO V&R 2.0 on OBS. In the night, I guess I'll have to just use my phone in the night and not use OBS because you know the number of persons that are up in the night is kind of different, and you know the stream is operating at a loss because of that. The stream is operating at a loss. You know, people are really not getting the notifications. I am working overtime to get people a part of the WhatsApp group and the WhatsApp channel so they can, you know, get the links then. You know, I've been on for what, 2.5 hours. This live stream is operating at a loss right now. in terms of viewership, in terms of numbers. It's just because I'm dedicated to my work why I am still on here, to be honest with you. If I was just looking at numbers alone, I would have ended the live already. I would be discouraged. I'm telling you all straight up, I would have ended the live already. It's a man with, especially upon YouTube. TikTok not pay me. TikTok not pay me, you know. TikTok don't pay me. The light is on. Computer is on. You understand what I say? Internet. These equipments. All of these devices, they cost money. Cheddar cheese, ladies and gentlemen. The production cost is high. You get me? So if it was a situation where I would just, you know, just not come on at nights anymore if nobody is going to show. You see me? Real thing. Because I've been doing late night lives consistently. I've been doing late night lives consistently. For some time now, it's not like I haven't been consistent. You get me? So see, let me see. Let's see how this works. Do you press a button here or something? Want it to come on? No, it's supposed to just come on. It's supposed to just come on. This is terrible though. I want it to end the live like 1:30. I know I'm being paused for 10 minutes. Let's see if we can fix this one. WhatsApp root. Let me end this in that. What else we can end this stars right here? What else we can end? Window Explorer. Window Explorer. Okay, let me leave that alone. Let me end this. Let me end this. What else we need to end? Let's see if we free up now. Alright, see soundboard there come up now. See if that work. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Uh-huh.
Tonight, we are going to witness the most anticipated match in the history of professional wrestling for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Wrestling fans, are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the capital city of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We back, ladies and gentlemen. We back. Sorry about that. We back. Listen to what Rasta Diamond is saying again.
What, 900 million?
They bought 900 million more than they sold. Listen to good enough. Yep. So, in other words, they sold 1.3 billion, but they bought 2.2 billion. Follow me?
Yes, Raleigh.
Yeah. But the governor hasn't explained how is it that you bought 906 million more than you sold, but the reserves dropped by $456 million during the same month. That
The reserve dropped by 456 million in the same month. So is the reserve they would buy it from? 456 million is not very significant to 903 billion. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
That math is not working out. Sorry. $456 million during the same month. That math is not working out. Sorry, I'll never ask him that question.
I find though that the questions were rather tame, Ralston.
Yeah,
Nobody
but
asked him about a recession.
We know that. We know that. So I'm going to explain. How is it that he bought 2.3 billion, sold 1.3 billion, and then the reserves fell by 456 million during the same month? That math is not working out.
In his statement, he's showing that the reserve is still at 6.5 billion.
Yeah, well, he used gross reserves, which is that is why I'm saying to you, I want you to follow what I said. First, him said they sold 1.3 billion.
Yes.
They bought 2.2 billion. Yet the net international reserve dropped by 456 million during the same month when he said that happened. And that's why he moved to gross reserves. You can't use gross reserves as a measure. Only the net reserves that you can use as a measure. Because when you have the gross reserves, your liabilities are in it. Yep.
Oh.
So I'm so sorry that somebody never asked him that question. So what he's doing is going around the public again.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's what we find all of the agency heads are doing. They're trying to go around the public.
Right, why you don't go to these press briefings?
Because we don't rate them people. We used to go with Latibody and them and there are people who we regard as high level professionals and those people. We used to go to them things, but it's a waste of my time to go these things.
But it would also help the society rally when the pertinent questions are asked up front, because if we continue to allow people who some singing for them supper, some don't have the braveness that we possess. And the competence is lacking in some case, and in some case, some people don't want to rock the boat, so then basically just stay pan the straight and narrow. We need to start getting to these conference press briefings and ask the pertinent questions. Let me see if we have a call here. Sorry, I know Obi was trying to get in, but
Good evening. Short, it gone.
Of the banking community, the financial community, so they buy on their hold.
And the same money that the bank of
some send it overseas,
using to mop up liquidity.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, man. Some purchase and sell overseas in terms of their ship back.
To Uncle Ralston, you just was in the chat.
Bless you.
Good evening.
My question to Uncle Ralston, you just mentioned about the net reserve shortfall. Where possible could it gone, Uncle Ralston? Give me a scenario where it would possibly gone.
Well, I mean, the traders buy and they hold. And the traders are members of the banking community, the financial community, so they buy and they hold.
And the same money that the bank of Jamaica
some send it overseas,
using to mop up liquidity.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, man. Some purchase and sell overseas in terms of their shareholders, because a lot of the players are owned by international people, so they buy and sell to the people overseas in order to pay dividends, and some buy and hoard it. That's why we really want to govern that.
Is that legit? Because me go tell you when me I come from Colin and Uncle Rastan. Me I look on my paycheck, you see? I me have a gross pay, total what me make, you see? And then taxes and them things that take out all the deductibles, take out of it. What me get is the net pay. You see, so in a middle there, so everything else, what the shortfall, we take out of my gross income, show say this how we gone. So me getting net balance in there. So the net reserve are where really did it. The gross are where they go to the whole year because you were talking about 600 and how much in the gross reserve. But him not tell me what create this net with shortfall, with take out, make it in net drop, as you say, Uncle Ralston. After I said 2 point something, they saw at 200, and 1 point something over here. So, and in the middle, that's where the rest gone.
A lot of foreign or the rest is held by the players in the market, the banks and the cambiers who are in the market.
Raleigh, are we
So
still,
the
hold on, caller, Raleigh. Is Trinidad still buying US dollars from the Bank of Jamaica?
Yeah, man, all of that. So that's what I'm telling you. Many players, so some have gone overseas, and some of it are held by players in the financial sector.
Continue, caller.
Okay, that is why yesterday I was a bit, I was aggressive, loud and all that. Because my brain, my heart, and just like how this man Al was saying, when they wanted portion of the tax, saltfish and rice, the basic staple where the Jamaican poor people eat. He said no. This is where we have to be careful, as I was saying, because the false data from Statin and this man, as I said, the man wrong. I give the people them a false sense. Anything can happen because I think we're in austerity measures now. Are you telling me so we have to go practice austerity measure because me hear Uncle Ruston been saying that long time and put where the Roman we have to do something else. We have to cut back this, cut back that. No austerity measures.
Yeah, man. Certainly.
Yes.
That's all right.
That time.
Almighty God. Later can it
That's all right.
class.
Blessings. 1-876-804-7072.
No, why? I'm not gonna tell you that I understand fully what Raleigh are talking about in terms of me know so the number itself between the 400. I want to know how bad it is. Honestly. I wish I was listening to the program so I could have called Raleigh and asked him a question for him to explain to me. Like, what exactly was said? What exactly does it mean? Does the money come from the reserve that they would purchase the thing that they're talking about? So therefore, there should be more that's coming out of the reserve because that's what I get from it. You know, very interesting.
Ooh, that's the number to call. Ralston Iman is on the line. We just finished a discussion with that.
Yeah, man. Very serious.
Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah, what more I talk about is the private energy providers. It is not about the private energy provider providing this thing and give it to JPS. The better deal would be if the government give the distribution of about 25 to 30% to the private providers. So, like in a gated community that can control that, or in a commercial center, or in some small communities, and they want to get a better, what you call now, competition and better service. Because all of me live in a gated community, and we have about 300 residents. And if solar panel people come in, them control this area, service it well, then we could have a reduction in the cost. The public will see that and move away from JPS. So it's not about having more. If they don't have distribution, we don't go have no good deal in Jamaica.
But Carlos, you hear me just say to all a while ago, and I've been saying it here, that the government is sitting on almost $600 million. And I have been saying it, I have said it before, the government need to pump $50 billion into renewable solar system right now.
Yeah, but they will also just as a caller. Yeah, man, but
Hold on the caller. Hold on the caller. Wait, you're right, go ahead.
Yeah, but that will have to be accompanied by changes in the JPS licensing. The JPS have a monopoly on distribution now. So that will have to, they will have to change the monopoly on distribution to facilitate what the caller is saying. And those are some of the changes that must be made to the license. Things like power wheeling, so Colin can produce power in a Portland or supply it in a Kingston, all them things. So that is why, those things will have to be accompanied by changes in the license. So we can't escape that.
But where are we with the discussion on the new license rally? As that those discussions started?
We're not hearing about them something, brother. That me I try to tell you, we're not hearing about the things that are important to the country. We ain't random man, they identity them supposed to hold on now. Identity we ain't random man, they supposed to tell the government about things that chat foolishness and tell the public foolishness. You know. That's the role of the planning institute of Jamaica. Not to come and give bogus data and bogus definitions and everything. Then supposed to tell the government these are things that we need to do in order to get back the economy on track. Renewable energy, agriculture, infrastructure, research and development, food security. That thing's supposed to tell people rather than the nonsense that matter.
Start
That was what the
focusing on
planning
educating our children that we have a strong
precisely. Yeah, man. That was what the PIOJ was established for, not to become a PR agency, a propagandist.
So, Carla, what you are suggesting is plausible, but one of the things that we have to sort out is the GPS license that gives them a monopoly on distribution of electricity on the island.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So if we get rid of the monopoly and the private provider, we don't need them. Don't need no more than 25 to 30%. And if the government with the license when you pay the change, the more renew the license in 2027, and that the private provider need to get over the bottom and start say, yeah, this is what we are going to negotiate for, so that we can get 30% or 25% in the side area, and the better for everybody.
All right.
Yeah, man. Choose back to the name. Yeah.
Respect. Yeah.
What Philip Powell have been saying long time rally that we never need to wait until 2027.
No, we don't have to wait, man. We can start now.
Yeah, but this government don't seem like they're moving on anything last time.
No, they're not moving no urgency, and that is what I say. Agencies like the PIOJ supposed to tell them about the urgency of these things rather than get bogged down in propaganda. That's the point I'm making. But until the people start pushing them and make them know, say, yo, we don't accept them things. These are the priorities. These are the things that we're dealing with. Then it never happen.
Where is the today? Market?
Before we forget.
Go ahead, Raleigh.
Colin?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
And next thing I'm today before I forget. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security, they dedicated the North Street complex to former Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller today. And the current Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, says that he'll be naming the Portia Simpson Miller Square and the hospital down the country that she negotiated with the Chinese will be named after her.
Well, that is the one that I want to talk about. The hospital. Once they now ramp with that hospital must be named after Portia Simpson Miller. First.
He says that they're going. Yeah, man. He says that they're going to do it. So they named the North Street building after her today. He says he's going to do a big thing at the Portia Simpson Miller Square, and he says that he's going to name hospital after her because she was the one who negotiated it.
Beautiful. That's the.
I was there today. Yeah, I was at the Ministry of Labour today. Yes.
Oh, you went to that function today?
Yeah, man. I was at that function today.
Yeah, man. I watched bits and pieces of it, and I was pleasantly pleased when he decided that the hospital down in Montego Bay, what they call it,
hospital,
that will be named after the most honourable Portia Simpson Miller. Because I hear Tulip Cuthbert in a piece basically saying that it's all men on the walls of the parliament. And I find that very dishonest and despicable. I find that a disrespect to Portia Simpson Miller because Jamaica had a female prime minister. Say it's pure man.
Yeah, Khalid Bell, thanks for mentioning that. Thank you for mentioning that because she must have been talking about her side, as in over by the jail, because she couldn't have been talking about the entire parliament. Like, was that a shot at Mama P? I don't know.
Upon the walls in the parliament. Is she saying that Portia Simpson Miller picture is not in the parliament? Is that what Tulip Cuthbert is saying? Raleigh, on the world stage, where is oil today?
Well, we saw.
Alright, so I'm gonna left there so for that the reaction, ladies and gentlemen. The PIOJ, and the PIOJ and the Bank of Jamaica, all of these institutions, Ralston Lyman is not taking them prisoners in terms of y'all better make sure y'all come with the right information, bro. PIOJ starting all of them. Ralston Lyman is on your ASS, you heard? Yeah, make sure y'all come with the right information. Don't be coming out here with all this foolishness, trying to deceive the people. Like everything is dandy and shandy, and everything is in shambles. That's not right. That's not right. But shout out to the people in the building that's still with me, all y'all rocking out with your boy. I appreciate appreciate each and every one of y'all. Like and share this video, don't keep it to yourself. Okay? Make sure y'all go over to Colin Bell Show and subscribe. Portland Spice TV, baby. Portland Spice TV. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alright, so let me go to the darling. Well, we have an extensive video from none other than Peter Gay Ferguson that I have not looked at as yet, my good people. So I'm going to go through it, of course, and yes, here we go. Peter Gay Ferguson, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Gay Ferguson. The unfiltered episode. What's this? Episode 6 or 5? I don't remember.
Welcome, Jamaica. Welcome back to Unfiltered. I'm Peter G. Ferguson. Jamaica, I have a genuine question. When does accountability become urgent in this country? And more importantly, urgent for who? Because I'm here looking at what is now being reported about the Integrity Commission's report on the Firearm Licensing Authority, the FLA, and I cannot help but notice a pattern with this Jamaica Labour Party government. Not one incident, not one misunderstanding, not one little administrative delay we must politely ignore and move on from. This is a recognizable pattern because when reports involving ordinary civil servants or public officers come to Parliament, the system suddenly moves with speed. Reports are tabled, names are called, headlines are written, allegations become public. The process becomes serious, urgent, transparent. But when matters touch powerful people, politically sensitive institutions, or high-level public officials, suddenly the energy changes. Suddenly we must wait. Suddenly we must be careful. Suddenly there are legal concerns. Suddenly the process becomes complicated. And the same Parliament that can move quickly when it wants to move now needs time, patience, and restraint. Jamaica, I don't know about everybody, but I'm sure enough of it tired of being asked to stop using common senses. Because this is not only about the FLA report, it is about what this delay appears to reveal about accountability in Jamaica.
Man, listen, shout out to this young lady. Alright, I am happy that she's keeping the fire burning in regards to the FLA report because it is a very, very sore point, ladies and gentlemen. The optics of it, it's nasty. It's exactly what you said. You know, when regular folks situation come out, yeah man, table it man, but when it's the bourgeoisies and the persons that are of high kilt, all of a sudden, you know, we can't really do that because we don't want to crush them con. We have to protect them, but nobody else should be protected. So it's one rule for one. It's classism, you know, and it should cause public outrage. It's one rule for one set of people, and it's another rule for another set of people. We cannot continue this way, ladies and gentlemen. We just cannot.
We're talking about the obvious pattern. Here are the facts as they have been made public. The Integrity Commission reportedly submitted a report concerning the FLA to Parliament since March 30th. We are now 7 weeks beyond that and the report still has not been tabled. The public has not seen it. Parliament has not formally examined it. And Jamaicans are being told the delay is because the FLA has gone to court. So Parliament is being careful while legal proceedings are ongoing. Fine, but let us compare notes for a moment because we actually have a precedent here. In 2022, Justice Shelley Williams ruled that an application for judicial review was without merit. Want to hear that? Without merit. She also ruled there was no basis to stop the tabling of the report because the courts had no such power over Parliament's internal affairs. In simple English, Jamaica, the court essentially said Parliament tabling a report is Parliament's business. So naturally, a question follows. If there is no court order preventing this report from being tabled, why is it still not tabled? That is the question. Not whether somebody filed a claim, not whether somebody feels uncomfortable, not whether a report may be politically inconvenient. What exactly is stopping this report from being tabled? Well, former Integrity Commission Chairman Seymour Panton has reportedly said unless there is an order restraining publication, the report should be tabled. So again, Jamaica, we come back to the same question. What is stopping it? Because if the answer is the court, show us the order. If the answer is caution, explain why caution suddenly appears in special cases. And if the answer is political discomfort, Jamaicans, you can draw your own conclusions from there.
Jamaica, we have a problem. I think it's the latter. I think it's the third. I think it's the third thing that was mentioned. Somebody is politically inconvenienced by this particular tabling of this report. Well, you know, back to Pastor Peter Chambers, he did tell us that, you know, he did say to us that, you know, a lot of bangarang is going to be released. Yeah, man. All the skirts is being lifted. More and more is going to be revealed. They are trying to hide things, but really and truly, it's not going to work out in the end for them. But they will try, though. They will always try. Althea, pick up yourself. They will always try, guys. Alright? Let's continue.
Because people compare notes, people recognize patterns, and Jamaicans know when rules seem to hit ordinary people harder than the powerful and connected. Now, before anybody says you're reading too much into this, let me say this clearly. This is not about one report. This is about a pattern, because we have seen this movie before. And after a while, people begin to ask themselves whether accountability in Jamaica moves at different speeds depending on who is involved. Now, when ordinary public officers are named in Integrity Commission reports, the process feels very efficient, right? Reports are tabled, names become public, allegations are discussed, public embarrassment arrives quickly. But when politically sensitive matters arise, suddenly the process slows down. And this is not coming from nowhere. Let me drag on a memory for a second so we can connect the dots here. Do you remember the controversy surrounding former House Speaker and Southern Trelawney MP Marisa Dalrymple-Philibert? Remember the national debate surrounding the Integrity Commission report involving Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and the long legal back and forth was still going now?
I'm dead. All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also.
Remember the never-ending public conversation around the so-called illicit enrichment matters where we still can't hear about? I did how much of them again? 8, 9, 10. Jamaica, we seriously have lost count on this matter. And what tends to happen next? Confusion, delay, procedural arguments, political spin. Everybody arguing about who said what, who sued whom, and who is attacking whom. Meanwhile, the real question quietly disappears. What happened? What does the report actually say? What, if anything, went wrong? And if wrongdoing is established, who should be held accountable?
What can go so?
Oh man, this girl is cooking, girl. You cannot miss an episode of Unfiltered. I'm sorry. You just can't.
From nowhere. Let me drag on a memory for a second so we can connect the dots here. Do you remember the controversy surrounding former House Speaker and Southern Trelawney MP Marisa Dalrymple-Philibert? Remember the national debate surrounding the Integrity Commission report involving Prime Holness, and the long legal back and forth was still a going now. Remember the never-ending public conversation around the so-called illicit enrichment matters when we still can't hear about? I did how much of them again? 8, 9, 10. Jamaica, we seriously have lost count on this matter. And what tends to happen next? Confusion, delay, procedural arguments, political spin. Everybody arguing about who said what, who sued whom, and who is attacking whom. Meanwhile, the real question quietly disappears. What happened? What does the report actually say? What, if anything, went wrong? And if wrongdoing is established, who should be held accountable? Because that is supposed to be the point of accountability in the first place. Not confusion, not endless delay, accountability.
That's right.
And this is where I want Jamaicans to do some notes comparison again. Because remember the case involving Member of Parliament Ian Hills? In that matter, there was an actual court order that affected publication of the report, an actual legal issue, a clear legal restriction. So the obvious question becomes, what is the equivalent issue here? Again, Jamaicans are not foolish. If there's a legal order preventing Parliament from tabling the FLA report, say so clearly.
No, and this is key right here. You understand? This is key. And what I understood from what Floyd Green said, but then again, the Speaker of the House is missing in action. How convenient. I don't know if she's back in the island. Last time I heard, she's allegedly not on the island. And she was overseas. While this matter is languishing. And we would need to hear from her in regards to this. Because she is the Speaker of the House. I'm telling you, these people are strategic. They're clever and they're vindictive. All of a sudden, the Speaker of the House is not here, right? So we can't get to the bottom of all of these questions. And what Floyd Green said, I can't even trust it. I can't take it for face value because he seemed like he was clueless when the question was asked in Parliament. I have the video up. I did a reaction to it. You can check it out. I'm not going to go into that right now. Let's continue.
But if there is no order and what exists is merely litigation or legal disagreement, then people are entitled to ask whether Parliament is creating a standard that seems to appear only when politically sensitive matters arise.
Yes, very, very calling freedom. Because listen, you see, Floyd Green is saying, we, the Parliament, took a choice that we're not going to table the report. That's what I heard from him. I didn't hear anything else. It was just that they took it upon themselves to not table the report because it's sub judice. But the Learning Council was telling them, based on what you're saying, that does not classify as being sub judice. You understand? So there's a lot of questions. So it's like they need to clarify. And they're being tight-lipped as usual. That's what they do. Don't say anything and hope that people stop talking about it. That has been their MO for so many different things. And I have to tell you, it has worked. So what they say, if something is not broken, don't fix it. So we, the people of Jamaica, are the ones that have to continue, not BOLO V&R, we, the people of Jamaica, that are all concerned citizens about what is happening in our country. We have to continue to have that conversation, push the conversation. This FLA report needs to be tabled. What the hell is going on? What is really going on?
Pause for cause then. We're being told that the report has not yet been tabled. Fine, we get it. But the FLA reported they sought court action in relation to the contents of the report. Naturally, a simple question will follow. How did the FLA know what was in the report if it had not yet been tabled in Parliament? Now, before anybody twists themselves into knots, let me be clear. I am asking a question, a reasonable question, because Jamaicans have seen situations before where details from sensitive matters somehow begin circulating publicly before formal parliamentary processes are
Nationwide.
are complete. Sometimes certain media houses seem to know the story before Parliament. Sometimes narratives begin forming before the public officially sees the material. Anyways, I will leave Jamaicans to decide for themselves. Is this coincidence, poor process, political dysfunction, or something more strategic? Because after a while, people begin to wonder whether the outrage, the confusion, the legal battles, and the noise become part of the story, precisely so the public stops paying attention to the substance. Because if enough noise surrounds the process, eventually people stop paying attention to the substance.
And let me give you an example about the substance. Nikisha Burchell's situation was used to make noise, to crowd out that particular situation. Yeah man, just trust and believe me. That attack on Nikisha Burchell was strategic. Yeah man, it's chestnut check as they say. It was strategic to divert from the FLA. Now the Prime Minister has come out talking about 1.44 billion, and I believe he just came out to say some crazy stuff for us to react to that again, so as to move away from this FLA report. I believe that I believe all of it is strategically done. All of it. Juno, good morning to you, love.
Before anybody twists this conversation, let me be very clear. This is not me saying allegations equal guilt. This is not me saying reports replace courts. In Jamaica, people are innocent until proven guilty. But accountability and due process are not enemies. Transparency and fairness are not enemies. A report being tabled is not a conviction. Parliamentary scrutiny is not criminal guilt. And if wrongdoing is not found, then so be it. But Jamaicans should not have to wonder whether accountability moves quickly for some people and slowly for others.
The fact that they're hiding the report, it screams guilt now. And whatever is in that report, everybody that is looking at it from the outside is like, wait a minute, something are going in that reporter, man. How are going in that reporter? I will corrupt now. Who for big name a call. That is what all Jamaicans are thinking about right now. That have a liquor sense. Because if you don't have nothing to hide, you wouldn't be taking it to the court. If you're not fearing of anything, what you call it now? The court of public opinion. If you're not fearing the court of public opinion, looking at the thing, you're not worried about it. You man, table the report, so what? That would be the attitude.
Others, because when people begin to feel parliamentary scrutiny is not criminal guilt, and if wrongdoing is not found, then so be it. But Jamaicans should not have to wonder whether accountability moves quickly for some people and slowly for others. Because when people begin to feel accountability depends on status, democracy weakens.
Yes.
Not overnight,
yes.
Not with one scandal, yes. Not with one delayed report, but slowly, quietly, piece by piece.
Yes.
And this is why many Jamaicans are frustrated when they see accountability institutions and people asking legitimate questions constantly pushed back against. The Integrity Commission gets criticized. The Auditor General gets attacked when uncomfortable findings emerge. Civil society voices get dismissed. Journalists get labeled partisan. Citizens asking questions are treated as though wanting answers somehow makes them unreasonable. After a while, you begin to wonder, are we becoming more interested in protecting institutions of power than protecting public trust?
Yes.
Because accountability watchdogs are not supposed to make governments comfortable.
Hey, Peter A., that's exactly what is taking place. Protecting institutions over the trust of the people. They don't care about it. They just want to string the people along enough. And they can think whatever they want to think. They really don't care.
Most of them unreasonable. After a while, you begin to wonder, are we becoming more interested in protecting institutions of power than protecting public trust? Because accountability watchdogs are not supposed to make governments comfortable. They are supposed to make governments accountable. That is their job. And yes, governments have a right to disagree. People have a right to defend themselves. Institutions have a right to challenge findings in court. That is democracy too. But there is a difference between due process and delay. There is a difference between legal fairness and confusion. And that is the tension Jamaicans are wrestling with. Because if Parliament can move quickly in some cases, people will naturally ask why caution suddenly appears in others. People notice. People compare notes. And Jamaica, here is what I want you to take from this. The question is not simple, what is inside the FLA report? The bigger question is this: can Jamaicans trust that accountability in this country applies equally? Because a democracy cannot function when transparency becomes quickly for the powerless, but slowly for the connected. When ordinary people feel exposed, but powerful people feel insulated. When accountability feels urgent for some, but optional for others. The receipts are there, the timelines are there, the public statements are there. Our job is to compare the notes and keep them in check, ask better questions, and refuse to forget the pattern. Because Jamaica, if accountability is delayed long enough, sometimes justice is not denied by silence alone. Sometimes it is delayed into irrelevance. And that is what I want to leave you with. Thank you for watching Unfiltered. I'm Peter Gay Ferguson. Until next time, take care of yourselves.
Can I tell you, Peter Gay is doing a phenomenal job, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give her another round of applause? Come on, make we give Peter Gay another round of applause, man. I'm telling you. Big up Peter Gay Ferguson. Big up Peter Gay Ferguson, man. Big up Peter Gay Ferguson, see? Alright, so I heard that Nikisha Burchell, there was a video of her, I don't know. Arlene, good night, my darling, how are you? Bless up yourself, yeah. No, I guess, see if it's on TikTok. Yeah, you said a flagger, I think, I was listening to the good brother, Dre Bryan, and he I think he said that he heard that the report is damning. So I don't know if that's the TikToker you're talking about. Antonio, big up yourself. Yeah, man, on the show Peter gave some love in the comment section, man. Show her some love in the comment section. Alright. Let me see if it's on Instagram.
Their whole history forever.
Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to...
So the woman you see in this video did something in Jamaica's parliament, which might just change their whole history forever.
Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any additional time.
So apparently, the woman you see in this video goes by the name Nikisha Burchell. She's actually an opposition MP in Jamaica and also a spokesperson for culture, creative industries, and also information. Now, during a sectorial debate presentation, she decided to open a debate on culture with the first two lines in Patois and was immediately shut down by the House Speaker, making it clear that the Patois is not allowed and not to be used in the Parliament, even though they are in Jamaica where a lot of people speak this particular language.
Madam Speaker, make it up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech. Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any...
Yo, I love that woman there, man. No, Nikisha Burchell. Trust me. The word is love. Yes, man. The word is love. Mama, they are church in our community. I want to know. People make sure they go follow Nikisha Burchell. When you see the conversation gone international. Listen to this youth here. This youth don't come from Jamaica, you know? And somewhere in Africa, them place they are probably all 18 come from. Listen to this.
Standing orders, and I think you are.
So the woman you see in this video did something in Jamaica's parliament, which might just change their whole history forever.
Oh yeah, hold on. Standing orders, and I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation.
The man said this that happened in the parliament might change their whole history forever. The amount of traction that Nikisha Burchell is getting, this conversation has gone. Do you not see that the world is watching us, Jamaica? And the world is interested in what is actually going on. And these things that we think are simple are major in other cultures. I want to thank Nikisha Burchell for being purposeful in what she did in Parliament to spark this conversation so wide and far. I don't really get to pay attention to Instagram and stuff like that a lot. But you know, from time to time I go over there. Dr. Alfred Dawes always active fully. You know, I rate about Dr. Alfred Dawes. Like, him have this relatability about him. Him with the people, you understand? I don't see Dr. Alfred Dawes as a politician, you know. I see him as a statesman. Remember that audio I'm always playing? I don't see him as a politician, I see him as a statesman. I tell you, there's some different politicians in the People's National Party, bro. We are blessed, heard? We are blessed. We are very, very blessed. And all of them need to be careful of what is actually going on, you know what I mean? All of them need to be careful. But I told you guys 1:30 I'm going to end, so that's what I'm going to do. I have 2 more students to actually have videos that I need to actually post. If you want to stick around with me, come over to the other live on BOLO V&R 2.0. Yeah. Because I'm live on my phone, but I'm going to end all this. See my people? Where is it? Oh, wow. I was okay. I thought that was still recording. Alright, sooner or later. So when I go out with my people, behind the scenes, this, you know, I go and put in some work, you know. And I'm going to listen to that something from Colin Bell, interview them. I'm going to listen to that interview from Colin Bell right now. While me there, I will take some thumbnail and put out some soup. Isn't it? Oh. So, alright, you know what's up? Have yourself a blessed night. Happy Wednesday. Same to you. Same to you. Let me get that interview.
Yes, and that is a part of the economic meltdown that we are seeing in Jamaica.
Yes, man. You know that even though you buy a house in the more than 5-year outstanding land tax on these tenement yard, a lot of them is in Angela Brownberg constituency.
There's somebody now have pay them taxes there and take over them land then.
That's what I'm saying, Colin. Please, I'm putting it out there. If you're living in a tenant yard, go up by the tax office and go downtown by the land agency and find out the status of the yard and group up together and go pay your land tax.
Yes.
And so you can get a lawyer to help you get a lien on the property before it's too late.
All right, Neville, respect.
Good advice, that.
Hey, Colin.
Yes.
When you coming back in the morning?
We're working on it, Neville. I might have to call you because there's some logistics that we're trying to sort out. That's why we're kind of getting hold up with the morning show. But we're definitely going to be doing the morning show, but we're working on the logistics.
All the best to you, my friend. May your food basket never empty.
One love, my brother.
Yeah, take care.
All right. My guest is online. Al Edwards, good evening.
Good evening to you, Sir Colin. How do you do?
We are doing well over here, watching the tides, but we're working with it and keeping ourselves up to date on what is happening.
Yes.
Happy to have you on this evening. I was listening to you. I was listening to you today at the Bank of Jamaica press briefing.
Yes.
And I was a bit disappointed I didn't hear anybody ask if we are in a recession.
Well, technically, two down quarters makes a recession. Some people will probably say, well, look, technically we're not in a recession because we haven't had two successive quarters. Bearing in mind they would have probably put aside the quarter we had at the end of last year.
How can you do that though?
No, you cannot. You're right. But then people say, well, you need a grace quarter for Melissa. That took place in the end of October, I believe.
End of October, yes, 28th of October.
Right. So they would say, well, look, we need a grace period for that. So you can't really call that. But if you look at it for successive quarters, then you would have to say, accordingly, two successive quarters of a downturn, you are technically in a recession.
I want.
So the argument that this man make, well, he's not the one making it. He's saying that he's giving us an insight of how these people are thinking. So basically, they must say they are supposed to get a Errol Wagwan. They are supposed to get a grace period because Hurricane Melissa came. Reggie, you cannot say the car technically mash up. It's either the car mash up or don't mash up. You're gonna say, well, technically the car is not mash up because Hurricane Melissa come and mash it up. That's the same thing when I'm doing the economy. Technically the economy not really mash up. Technically we're not really in our recession because Hurricane Melissa came, so we have to get a pass because of Hurricane Melissa. Rubbish. You understand? When Mama P did they in a power and they left Mama P in a dirt to the economy, and them same one at about say all you're doing is passing IMF tests and not passing the people's tests. Then no, the PMP enough to let up on them, brother. Yo, the man them need to attack these things, Bridget. Especially for the clarity of the public. The man them are going bad, brother. What kind of something that the man them are going with? This not sound good. I don't like this. I don't like this, brother. This is so deceptive. In my opinion, so deceptive.
Explain something for me.
Certainly.
I want you to play a clip and tell me if you can assist my listeners with this.
Okay, go ahead.
The BIOJ says the country is not in a recession. The statement comes after Jamaica recorded 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. The first being the negative 7.5% recorded for the period October to December 2025, which was after Hurricane Melissa, and now the negative 5.9% recorded for the period ending March 2026. But, according to Senior Director of Economic Planning, Research and Policy Logistics at the BIOJ, James Stewart, although the projections are negative, the economy is showing signs of recovery.
No possibility of a recession. Starting will publish the deseasonalized quarter-on-quarter performance. it's in there. But we are suspecting that as the conditions of medicine, the negative conditions from medicine eases each successive quarter, there'll be a growth relative to the preceding quarter. So you wouldn't find 2 consecutive quarters of decline during the quarter-on-quarter comparison.
What does that mean, Hal? Explain that to us, because we've been...
To be honest with you, I'm very befuddled about what you just said there. I'll tell you why. Okay.
The man says befuddled. That means him confused. Queen Candy big up. It means him confused and you don't understand what the hell I'm talking about. Let's continue. That's funny.
So at the end of last year, there was a downturn of 7.5, I believe.
7.1.
7.1, and then the following quarter, 5.9. Those are significant declines.
Right.
So, I mean, there's no escaping the fact that the last 2 quarters we've had a decline. But he put it, that his precursor was basically, there will not be a decline in the following quarter. How can you get to that? How can you even contemplate that?
No,
but you've had 2 successive quarters of a downturn, and you don't know what's going to happen in the next following quarter.
But he said, hold on, he said that we won't have 2 consecutive quarters of decline.
We've had 2
That's my point.
We've had. I mean, what I could possibly assume is that he doesn't want to cause a panic, or he doesn't want a patina of negativity surrounding the economic performance of the country. But the fact remains that we've had 2 successive, and I'm not saying it's because of any particular reason other than Melissa. We have to recover from Melissa.
Right.
You have to be very frank and you have to be honest and say that we've been hit by Melissa and we are in decline mode. We have to get into recovery mode, but we're not in that right now. We're not in that per se. Technically, we've had 2 quarters of decline, and that, for all intents and purposes, is defined as a recession.
So what this man just said is pure rubbish.
I wouldn't beg to say what someone says is rubbish per se, but he's wrong. That's what I would say.
He's wrong.
So this is a man I want to drink, man. You don't want to say a rubbish, and say what he's saying. I wouldn't say that what he's saying is rubbish. What I would say is that it's wrong. He's actually wrong. He's in error. Shout out to that brother right there. Shout out to him. Lord have mercy. I see what's going on here. I see what's happening.
Dramatic, yes, he's wrong.
You asked the governor of the Bank of Jamaica today about his projection going forward.
Yes.
What did you get from what he said?
That basically things are going to be a bit tight, but we will try to get into recovery mode. But you have to think about this: what are our key drivers? Tourism. We're not completely on a good footing with that at this point in time. I think the summer season there will be a little bit of a downturn. I think, for geopolitical reasons, cost of fares, safety elements. Our market is primarily the U.S. market, right?
Yes.
They're experiencing inflation, high gas prices, so it's not conducive to travel. Right?
No.
Let's put it that way.
No.
Then you have remittances. Our people living in the diaspora, they're getting hit by that, so they're going to send less money home. Not likely to send more money.
That's right.
Because they have less money, and they're going to be to protect their own interests first, which is quite right. So I mean, when you look at the productive sector in Jamaica, it's not exactly firing on all engines. So I can't really think we can see recourse from that. So I think looking ahead, it's very likely, I think, that the next quarter will also register a downturn.
And from your perspective, Hal,
yes,
what does 2026 look like to you?
Well, I honestly think, and I've been saying it to a lot of people, I honestly think that we've got to basically write off 2026. And I'm not trying to be a fairmonger. I don't see anything on the immediate horizon that would indicate to me that we will have a severe uptick in the economy. And I'll explain to you. One, I think was it last week, the BOJ put out its policy rate. It kept it at the same. The same goes with the Federal Reserve. It's kept its policy rates at the same. Both central banks, both here at home in Jamaica and in the US, they are very cognizant that they don't want an inflationary environment. So you have that in that respect. In the other respect, as I mentioned before, tourism and remittances, I don't see an uptick in there. We're hearing about conflicts in the Middle East yesterday and today, bombings taking place. We're likely to see oil prices escalate.
Yes.
The Strait of Hormuz, there's no definitive decision on whether that will be open. So
bye, Arlene. Thank you, Sudi.
That we're going to have supply chain issues. We're going to have a lot of issues that's going to affect our economy as well. So we're in a period of turbulent times.
Yeah.
I don't really see an immediate uptick anytime soon.
Right.
Imagine being able to build anything.
Hey, Jamaica, we are on some judgment. Hey.
I'm not trying to paint a picture of doom and gloom. I'm just looking at all the indicators.
We want you to tell us what you see based on the data, because we want the correct diagnostic.
Based on the data, I would say that we're going to experience a downturn. That's where I think. And I think we've got to take precautionary measures.
Are we looking at an L-shaped recession?
Yes. I don't want to say yes, but I would say yes. But let me say this. Not entirely of our own making.
I understand that.
Yes.
Because the global issue, the geopolitical issues will affect Jamaica.
Exactly. There's no
but what are your views though? The war started in February, March, April, we are at the end of May. The Prime Minister has not addressed the country fully as it relates to the effects of that war in the Middle East, what it will do to the Jamaican economy. What are your views on that?
I think he's preoccupied with, the NARA Act, which has just gone through. I think he's been preoccupied with that. We've had a few issues, more notably with the young lady who got killed by the policeman the other day. I think those issues are preoccupying his time.
So you're saying that the Prime Minister can't walk on chew gum?
No, he can, but it's preoccupying him. But also as well, I think he's very mindful of not trying to stoke any panic. And I think he's really... He prides himself on being a strategist, and that would be the way he would approach these things. And I think he's probably trying to think, well, what's the best way do I address this? Because he doesn't have his fate in his own hands. He doesn't. So he's basically thinking, well, how do I mitigate this, or how do I address the people of Jamaica about the circumstances they are experiencing? Let's look at this. If you look at the last quarter, the March quarter, a lot of the results were very appalling, right? Very bad performances. The whole economy has contracted. And that's a fact. That's a given fact. There's no way out of it. No matter what PIOJ says, statin, the economy is contracting. We need to do something that will boost the economy. From my perspective, I think one of the ways you can do that, I think you need to start an internal economy. We're in recovery mode. People who are carpenters, electricians, this should be a golden time for them. House builders, people are supplying local supply, bread, all those sorts of things, vegetables. They should be doing really well about this, but they're not. And we've got to figure a way to spur that. So it creates that kind of aggregate demand, and so the economy can push on forward. But we haven't. We're in this period of stasis. We're not too sure how are we going to address this. What underpins everything? What underpins everything? There's been no time in the history of the Jamaican economy that it has been so flush with so much cash. You do realize that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Right? That is a conundrum. There's been no time. There's so much cash available now, right? But
and why are they not spending this cash, Al?
That's the problem. That's a conundrum, Colin. I think they just haven't decided how they're going to go about it, what they're going to do, but they're taking too long, I think. But they have to get going. They have to get cracking. You do realize next week we'll be getting into hurricane season.
All right, no way.
Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm just, heaven forbid that we have another kind of episode, because we couldn't really deal with that. We're still not recovered from the first one. But we have to get cracking. And we've got to get cracking fast. We've got to we're too dependent on extraneous factors, outside parameters to define us as an economy. I mean, our oil bill is $2 billion, right? we're a $20 billion economy, right? Right, so that just shows you really where we are.
One of the things I want to point out, you know, guys, this man is saying all the things, you know, that Rastanheim has been saying from last year, you know. So the government needs to get cracking, you know. What you say, Bolo, set up a date, you Andrea and a few others together, your audience come together, even get Love 101 FM a part of it, and fast and pray Wednesdays. Good timing, 100%. Woo! Man, this I've been telling y'all, man, I am not at, you know what I'm saying, at that place to be giving those types of directives. Like I'm on like Shuttleworth or Mark Stewart or Pastor Peter Chambers. The church have to come together. The person that I call, you get what I'm saying? Like they are the ones that have to come together and that, you get me. Yeah, I am not this person. I'm not there. You get me? I'm not there. I'm not there. I don't have that type of influence either. Oh yeah, I understand. I just telling you, I am not opposed to it. But for me, like I said Georgia, they say I should have persons on the program come on for like a whole day and like pray and fast and that ask, and I've never fasted. I personally, I've never fasted. I've never fasted in my life. I don't know what that looks like. Unless it's just I don't have any food to eat. At some point for a long time. And then, yeah, but I've never fasted. Never, ever. I don't know. My mother does it. Because my mother, you know what I mean? Sylvan Wagwan. Oh, the audio is noisy. You know, see how the fan do. Hold on. Fan kind of high now. Yes. Oh, nobody never tell me that this whole time. When I make Sylvan just come in that place and I tell me, Wagwan, you should have tell me, man. You should have known still, you know. But nobody never said nothing to me. Why? May have a bit high, man. We didn't have it up too high. I'm sorry about that, guys. We did it on blast. We did it on blast, man. Thank you, Sylvanev. Now you hear me better now? Supposed to hear me better now. Yeah, man, you're supposed to hear me well better now. With the bad you know? Yeah. Supposed to hear me well better, you know.
Think about it. We're a $20 billion economy. We're spending $2 billion on
oil.
Yes.
But Al, so the new taxes that the government has implemented in their budget, what is that doing to the economy? Is that helping the economy, or is that adding to the contraction of the economy?
It adds to the contraction of the economy.
What?
It adds to the contraction, and I'll tell you why. Because basically, you've got to find more dollars. You've got to find more money to just generally exist and make your way in life. So basically, that's really the tax is quite onerous. It doesn't free up the economy or free up citizens. They have.
Whoa, let's go back.
To just generally exist. You got the economy.
What helping the government does?
Yes. But what the economy?
This is very interesting. I didn't plan on doing any TikTok videos, you know. I didn't. Oh, I'm not going to do a TikTok video. I'm going to go straight to YouTube. Do a YouTube short. Yes, YouTube. So, you know, I'm. Oh, Lord of mercy. Time. I don't usually do this one, use this one, you know. Alright. Yeah, guys, so blessings. Listen to this question from Colin Bell to Mr. Al Edwards. Listen to this.
We're spending $2 billion on
oil.
Yes.
But Al, the new taxes that the government has implemented in their budget, what is that doing to the economy? Is that helping the economy, or is that adding to the contraction of the economy?
It adds to the contraction of the economy.
What?
It adds to the contraction, and I'll tell you why. Because we're spending $2 billion really where we are. Think about it. We're a $20 billion economy. We're spending $2 billion on
oil.
Yes.
But Al, the new taxes that the government has implemented in their budget, what is that doing to the economy? Is that helping the economy, or is that adding to the contraction of the economy?
It adds to the contraction of the economy.
What?
Emotional damage. I'm dead. Embarrassing. We need some milk.
So Jamaica, the new taxes is making the economy contract. It's not helping the economy grow. Mighty God. Wow.
It adds to the contraction, and I'll tell you why. Because basically, you've got to find more dollars. You've got to find more money to just generally exist and make your way in life. So basically, that's really the tax is quite onerous. It doesn't free up the economy or free up citizens. They have to find that money, right? In a contracting economy. Think about it. You've got to find more money in a contracting economy. Right? That's the problem. We've got to figure out a way where we can liberate and we can liberate the economy, get people doing things, get people earning. So it creates it creates that demand within the economy. And so we're less reliant on those outside factors, more specifically imports.
The Jamaican government.
So when you hear that, hey man, shout out to Colin Bell. And I mean, this Brad Junior, you know, when it comes to the economics, it's like listening to Ralston and he just speaks differently. But Ralston Hyman been saying the same thing. They want to free up the people, brother. The worst thing them do when they're going to go with taxes at this point. This government does everything backwards. It's quite sad. Quite sad indeed.
Al has gone to the multilaterals and they have borrowed over $3.6 billion.
Yes.
They have only drawn down 400 million so far.
Yes.
Do you think the government is making a major mistake by not pumping this money into the economy?
Well, I don't know what their rationale is for that. I don't know what their thinking is. But it seems to me that they need to get going, and there doesn't seem to be any state of urgency. I don't know why. They may have a game plan that I'm not aware of. But to me, it just seems like you have to get this economy back on its feet and get people productive and moving on. Not to mention what this has done to younger people. They've had to go through COVID. Now they suffered from Melissa and the contracting economy. Now, when you're in your 20s and back to back these things, I mean, your whole youth is wiped out. All right, so it's a massive problem. So you've got to be able to figure out how are you going to get this economy, and the only way you can do that is by economic activity. You've got to get homes going again. You've got to get spending. You've got to get production, and they have the means. It's not like they don't have the means.
I have spoken to you since the hurricane, Al.
Yes,
and I've asked you this question. I'm gonna ask it again. How do you sum up this administration performance since Hurricane Melissa, Al?
This was me before.
Hey, Mr. The advertisement they can come in worse time, Mr. Man.
How do you sum up this administration performance since Hurricane Melissa, Al?
I think that they are very reticent, and I'm being diplomatic. I know you're trying, as they say in Jamaican parlance, to draw my tongue, and and I think you're a smart enough guy, Colin. But I just think they're being very reticent, ultra cautious, and
reticent. Let's look up that word. Reticent. Any bright people in our class know what that means? Reticent. Oh, reticent. Oh, let's say it's spelled. All right. It means being reserved, uncommunicative, unwilling to share their thoughts, feelings, and personal information. So they are holding back from the people of Jamaica. Reticent. That's not good. This is the time to communicate with your people more than ever. If you look at the other countries around the world, there's massive levels of communication.
Don't understand
cautious?
Exactly. Yeah.
Cautious?
Well, yes, I said overly cautious. But but as I said, they may have a game plan that I'm not aware of. And I
Nara?
don't know what that is.
You think Nara is the plan?
There's an element of Nara, but what I honestly think, and this was put to me, what if it's a situation that the prime minister thinks to himself, well, I can't be dishing out all these funds to different arms of the government, and I don't know what goes on. He doesn't want to be the prime minister that presided over some of the greatest theft of public resources ever, because he can't really keep an eye on all these different departments.
But Al, right now, he's the prime minister that is presiding over the greatest suffering of the Jamaican people.
He has to
while have tons of money at his disposal.
Yes, he has to move fast. There's no question about that. But he has to, because the thing about strategy is you have to work with any given circumstance. You can't wait too long. You cannot spend too much time cogitating and thinking about what you're going to do. You have to act for the betterment of the people. Politically, he has time. He's less than 1 year into the administration. He has time. But
what about the people who are suffering? They have time.
Exactly, but the people, do not have time. So he has to act quickly. He has an opportunity to be probably one of the greatest prime ministers in Jamaica. He has. But it's
at this time?
Yes, but it's an opportunity the door will be closing. And he has to be able, not just for his own political career, but for the people of Jamaica, they need to know, okay, given any crisis, we can come up with a solution and the people can go forward, benefit, and make progress. That's really what you really want to do at the end of the day. There's never been a time where Jamaica has been so flush in its entire history than right now. So there are resources, but how do we employ those resources? How do we use those resources? What is the plan? One of the things too is that the Minister of Finance has to be a lot more vocal.
We have one of those, Al.
A lot more vocal.
We have one of those.
Yes, we do have a Minister of Finance.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, but the minister has to be a lot more vocal, explain what the strategy is, what are they trying to accomplish, how they're going to do it, what time frames, and that really lies with the Minister of Finance. It's no good being very quiet in this particular point in Jamaica's history, given that we're less than a year after a major Cat 5 hurricane. You have to update the public. You have to explain what you're doing. You really have to be a good communicator.
You ask in the debate.
BOJ, yes. Oh, in the debate.
No, in the debate,
yes.
in the financial debate.
Yes.
You ask about Jamaica's economic growth of 0.8%.
That's right.
Where is that now, Al? Are we at about what, 0.5% now? Or we are fully in the minus?
I would say we're fully in the minus, to be honest with you.
Wow.
I really think we are. I think, what was it? I saw our last, one of the barometers I use is I looked at our last import-export figures, and the gap had grown considerably, Colin. So that's really what it is. I think, as I said, we need to create an internal economy. We have to really look to do that. And to a certain extent, Colin, I think we need to be a little bit more protectionist. We're far too open. We're too little to be so open. I mean, little things. Let's break it down.
But Al, if we don't be deliberate, that trade deficit will continue to grow.
Precisely, Colin. Absolutely. I'll give you an instance. You go to the supermarket. Why are we paying so much money for, say, Scotties or Brawny toilet paper? We could be producing that in Jamaica.
Thank you.
And giving people who do produce that favorable terms, tax incentives, production incentives, but we should be encouraging them to produce these goods so that we don't have to spend foreign exchange on importing them. We can do that, right? So we have to create an internal economy.
Starting in their report said the inflation went down. What are your views on that?
I don't think it went down personally. That's not
they
what
said
I
fuel.
think.
They said fuel went down, rent, housing, I think. What do you think is happening there, Al?
I don't know what metrics they're using to determine that, but just talking to people and talking to people who tell me about what they're paying in the supermarket, what they're paying for. I was speaking to someone on Labor Day about gas prices, and she was telling me she drives a Prado, and she was telling me to fill that Prado is costing her over 15 grand.
Whoa.
Right? And she's filling that Prado, she says, now more frequently than before. That's an indicator to tell you where the economy is.
No, I tell you something. I drive a Prado myself.
I looked pretty healthy on the outside, but this scan revealed I was a heart attack waiting to happen. I stepped on my...
Yes.
And the last time I went to Kingston, I was at half tank.
Yeah, exactly.
And it cost me $11,000.
Right.
11,000. So 15,000 sounds like you know where the cheap oil is, but it sounds to me like my Prado is gonna cost me about $22,000 to fill up the tank.
Well, that's the reality, and you think about that. That's a high cost, and if you're thinking about the average kind of wage, what's it now? Probably about 14,000. That's a lot of money if you're spending that kind of money to fill up your tank.
See here, Al. See here.
There you go.
Inflation down by 0.3%.
Well,
what is the cost of that? Housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuel. That's in April. How did you get that?
I don't know how they came to that determination. They would need to explain that. Because first of all, let's think about it. Fuel prices across the world and in Jamaica, Petrojam will tell you, is up, right? Input costs are up, right? Think about that. All the input
But
costs are up.
what did the governor say about inflation today, Al? Tell us that.
No, what he basically said, and someone asked him a question saying, well, given where inflation is, should we either raise it, the target, or lower the target? And he explained it. He basically said, look, we need to keep inflation. We don't want to be in a situation where we set a target which creates an inflationary environment, right? He made that point today. And I absolutely agree with him. You've got to be careful how you don't want to create an inflationary environment. So that's really what the factors are. If you think of it, what you've just put up there with your consumer price index, a lot of that is imported stuff, right?
Yes.
And that's really where the problem is. So I don't know how they determine that it would be lower, given the world we live in, given the fact that we're neighbors to the biggest economy in the world, which inflation is going up, fuel prices are going up, input costs are going up. So how can we in little Jamaica have it going down? Think about that.
That is
bingo. Darren, big up yourself. So statin is getting exposed. Statin just got exposed. And it's simple logic, you know. But to all these people lies, like, man, you gotta call in an expert to explain simple stuff like this for the liberals to believe that, yo, we're being lied to. We're literally being lied to by these people. That's crazy.
Discussion we've been having here, you know, Al, that this is pure madness, and this is also scary because we here at Portland Spice TV, is our professor. We are worried.
Rawson is more often than not on the button. He has a good take on things.
We here are worried that maybe the government is infiltrating statin and places like PIOJ, because when you tell us that you have 2 quarters of decline, but we who have a recession because you won't see 2 quarters of decline.
That was a big mistake they made. They're in no position to make that determination.
That sounds like mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, but not only that, it has a political quotient that you want to avoid. As a state agency, you don't really want to go into the realms of politics and say, we will not. How does he know that? Oil prices
but he's saying that after, but Al, remember, you know, he's saying that after him said we have 2 consecutive quarters of decline.
Well, yeah, but that technically is a recession. All right, so basically, there's no way around it. If you're technically in that situation, how can you then say,
we're not in it?
Well, we're not going to be in a recession. You can't. How are you going to determine that?
Listeners,
does he have a crystal ball?
Listeners and viewers, we are talking to financial journalist Al Edwards, and you are listening to the Colin Bell Show on Portland Spice TV. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please subscribe, like, and share. Al, I have 2 final questions for you.
Yes.
Since the war started between Israel, Iran, and the United States in February, gas prices at the pump, we were just talking about it, have been going up by $4.50 every week. What is that doing to the Jamaican economy?
It has a deleterious impact on the Jamaican economy. Fuel.
Deleterious. That's bad. But let's look at the word deleterious. 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 Right? It means causing harm and damage. It's often described something that has a toxic, destructive, and detrimental effect. So when I say it is deleterious to the economy, it is destructive, it is toxic, it is detrimental. Alright? Freedom, big up yourself, Freedom. I see you. You're a moderator over that side. I'm just like you're a moderator. You're a self-vanilla.
Fuel is the highest input cost in everything we do. Everything. You think about it, right? Transportation, electricity. It's the number one input cost, right? So it does have a deleterious impact on our economy. Now the question is, can we move quickly to bring in an alternative fuel mix? Can we look to
If you have belly fat after 50, stop doing crunches. Do these 5 times.
All right, far too high, and all right, far too high, and we keep saying it year in year out. We must draw a line in the sand, and I think with what's going on with the war in the Middle East, we need to really act expeditiously on an alternative energy strategy and the way we look at energy and how we utilize energy.
Did the government blunder, Al? My final, did the government blunder when they removed the edge? They continue to take the taxes from the people, but remove that edge insurance. Did the government blunder?
In hindsight, we have to say it was perhaps a bit short-sighted. I would say in hindsight, we'd have to look at it then. What do we learn from that going forward now? We made a mistake. What do we do going forward now?
Al, big up yourself. This government don't make mistakes. And that's one of the characteristics of the government that they have to factor in. They do everything right, sir. And they are coming and they are going to defend what they did and say, oh, it is the best way we could have done it. That's been their MO. So you are thinking on a logical level when the government does not operate with logic. The government operates as it's our way, and if you don't see it our way, then you are just bad mind and all of this nonsense. That's what they do constantly. So, it is what it is.
We've got to find a way, basically, of at some point, and I would say not too far in the distant future, of looking at how we're going to approach that hedge. Or do we remove that hedge?
We need to put back a new one in place. But at this stage, it would cost too much.
Yes, but we've got to really look at that. And also we've got to look at our refinery and we've got to reevaluate its capacity. And we've got to figure out, really, do we have another refinery? Do we just have one for the entire country? We've got to look at these things. Right?
But remember, there was a plan to expand Petrojam, Al. And Venezuela had pumped in some money which this government take away, and I'll know the Venezuela the money yet.
But that's something we need to look at as well. As I said, we probably need 2 refineries.
One of my listeners in the chat room is saying to us that electricity is $45 cents per kilowatt hour.
Wow. Yeah, I'll see. There you go. I thought it was around 40 cents. I mean, that's crippling to our economy and to the people. I think it's
crippling to our economy. Whoa!
So we have to address that. We've got to figure out a way. Now, the former CEO of JPS, Emmanuel, he's talked about, look, we have to look seriously at our renewable energies and having a mixed approach to our energy problem, and I think we need to really expedite that quickly.
I know you speak to government ministers from time to time.
I speak to them many times. Yeah.
I want to give you a message for the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Commerce. The Jamaican government need to right now, out of that $500 billion that they have at their disposal, start spending $50 billion to build out solar systems in Jamaica. Make us start make with solar panel. Start putting panels on all schools, all hospitals. Pump $50 billion into solar renewable and use that to cut our energy costs by 25% by the end of this year. The government need to get up. I'll tell them for me, please.
That would be bold, and I think that's something that a lot of countries would look to do. But I think in our particular instance, I think they always prevaricate over who should we give the contract to? Should we bring in someone from overseas?
That is
Who we give it to local?
that is the
They always
problem.
think, and then they think about the bureaucracy, and by the time you twist and turn, 6 months have gone. And that's the problem. So it's a case, as I said, can they move expeditiously? Because in the situation we are, there's a lot that can be done, because the underpinning of it, Colin, is, as you said earlier, we've never been flush with so much money. Never.
Never.
It's not like we have to go and find it or borrow it like we did before.
Well, we borrow it already. We borrow it, but we borrow it already.
Yeah, but I'll tell you an instance, and it's a story I'll never forget. I used to get on very well with Portia, and she told me of a situation with the IMF where they were going to put taxes on rice and saltfish. I'll never forget it. And she said, no, you can't do that. And they said, no, you need to do this. You need to put it on staples. But she refused, because she said the people, the ordinary Jamaican, cannot afford to be paying higher prices for rice and saltfish.
Wow. Wow. Man, shout out to Mama P, man. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? And this man is not even political. Like, you could tell the way how he answering the questions, he not trying to crush anybody's toes. You know what I'm saying? None of that. You're not trying to say exactly what it is, but you gotta figure it out type of vibe. You know? Well, on them people. You know, so behind the scenes, you know, some kind of difference. You know what I mean? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, oh, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Al Edwards has a story about Portia and the IMF. Listen to this.
But I'll tell you an instance, and it's a story I'll never forget. I used to get on very well with Portia, and she told me of a situation with the IMF where they were going to put taxes on rice and saltfish. I'll never forget it. And she said, no, you can't do that. And they said, no, you need to do this. You need to put it on staples. But she refused, because she said the people, the ordinary Jamaican, cannot afford to be paying higher prices for rice and saltfish. And she put a foot down. Now, she's not associated with someone who would go in and put a foot down against the IMF. But she was practical enough to see the implications of what it would mean to the Jamaican people. And so she insisted that you couldn't put it. I mean, she doesn't get a lot of praise for that. No one really mentions that.
Yeah.
But that element and that mentions that.
Yeah.
But that element and that pragmatism is something that I think we need today. And you're right, we need to do it. Instead of thinking, well, how are we going to get this contract? How are we going to get past this? Let's just get on with it and do it. You know, say, right, we've got to get renewables in our energy mix, and we've got to start. So let's start ASAP. Let's start from now and move on it quick. The Minister of Energy is known as...
So, Andrew, this is exposing your leadership. He's not saying it to expose you, but it does. Get it done. Stop making excuses. You got to move. And, you know, it's sad that you didn't do this since last year, because now it has compiled the pressure on the people already. And we don't know if the effects of your lack of good leadership is irreversible. That's what is sad, because the war in Iran, everything, all of it, you know what I mean? All of it is just Hurricane Melissa, all of it. The taxes that you guys have put on us, inflation, obviously, because of the world effects of that war. I mean, all of it is just the water crisis in Jamaica, the crime, you know, man, bro. Jamaica, brace yourselves. Fast and pray. That's all we can tell you. God is the only answer. Father God are the only answer. Trust me. That's it. Like everything I see, I only see one answer. Father God. There's no other answer. None. Real talk. Real talk. Excuse me.
Mr. Get Things Done, Mr. Fix It. This is the time for him now. And I think, you know, anyone can really do it. He's the guy who can do it. So he needs to really get a move on and get it done. You know?
Edwards, let me thank you for spending the time with us this evening. Anything you want to add finally? Anything you want to add before you leave us?
Yes, I think, as I said, a lot of this situation we find ourselves in is not of our making, but it's a moment that we must use to learn from it. And going forward, we have to be a lot more self-sufficient. We have to reduce imports. We have to use our own indigenous fuel sources. We have to create an internal economy. We have to be a little bit more protectionist, right? We've got to favor people who are making products here in Jamaica, using Jamaican products, and we've got to back them, right? And there's nothing wrong, because we're a small economy, in favoring Jamaican products and people who produce goods and services here in Jamaica. Well, we cannot depend totally on this outside factors to determine the betterment of the Jamaican people and the Jamaican economy. That's not in the hands, that lies in the hands of the people and the country of Jamaica. And I think that's an approach that we have to take. Before we were open, and yes, all the rest of it, but these lessons we're seeing, every year, practically for the last 10 years, we've had a major episode. If it's not COVID, a hurricane, wars, all these things. And the reason why, and then we're always in recovery mode. So we get hit, then we're in recovery mode.
And that's why we have to make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. Exactly.
Thank you, my brother.
While the sun shines.
Blessings and thanks, Al Edwards.
Yes, take care, Colin.
That.
Big up Mr. Al Edwards, you know? Big up Colin Bell. Definitely a refreshing conversation there. You know what I mean?
So let us show Mark Shield, right, what he had said. People are not going to believe it when I show this information with Mark Shield. And I said, whoa, look how Mark Shield came out against MARVIN, right? It appears as if Mark Shield did not remember that Mark Shield made these statements against the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right? And he did not anticipate for evidence, right? As a matter of fact, Mark Shield was telling the journalists about, here he said, even worse than what MARVIN did, because MARVIN had done nothing, you know. MARVIN had done nothing more than out there, right? Definitely take on the burden on his shoulders, right? For the suffering people as it relates to extrajudicial killing, right? So this is what Mark Shield has speaking. Is this picture here? You can see it?
No shield for cops.
Right? I want to get
this article
very large so that, you know, okay. Oh, it's at 200, so everyone can see. Mountain Pot, are you seeing this clearly?
Yes, yes. Beautiful on the screen.
All right, so people, remember, take note of the date. This is Thursday, October 25th, 2018. Right, so anyone, right, I think Mark Shield need to be hashtag. Someone need to call Mark Shield, right? Because this is Mark Shield. Comments now. No shield for cops. Mark goes hard and corrupt criminal beyond help. as it relates to JCF. You know what he said? No shield for cops. Mark goes hard and corrupt criminal beyond help. As it relates to the JCF, and this was October 25th, 2018, that Mark Shield made these remarks. Now let us get into it, people. Now, 20%, as according to Mark Shield, 20% of the men and women in the police force, including senior officers, are corrupt criminals and totally beyond help. Now, Mark Shield, at the time you make this statement, what can go so? What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
People are Mark Shields that 20% of the men, that's a lot. That's a fifth of the force. That's 1/5 of the force. 100% is 5/20s. That's 1/5 of the force by fraction. That's a lot. 20% of the force is corrupt criminals. Now you got it. What? Hold on. Wait. What?
Now, Mark Shield, at the time
I'm not just criminals, you know, but they are beyond help. Me I tell a blessed love. Me have to scratch my head. Me I say, hold on. No wonder me never see that article here because, bro, what?
Man.
Oh
Did
my
you anticipate right investigation? Did you have solid facts? This is what you said out of your mouth. Let me just read that and reiterate that to you.
Where
You
we get
said
it? No.
20% of them.
Where we get the information from? Not even me. I am hard on the corrupt cops, but I'm not even putting a number on the amount of corrupt cops in the force. I just think the numbers that we have heard, 64 is too much. The one that actually did, that's just way too much. And I think it's easy for you to really nip that in the butt and don't let it fester. And the easiest way is to make sure that all these gentlemen and women are wearing body-worn cameras when they're on operation. Keep them honest. That's it. Keep them honest. You get me? So, yeah.
And women in the police force, including senior officers, are corrupt criminals and totally beyond help. A former high-ranking member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force has asserted. Now, Mark Shield,
a former high-ranking member has asserted. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I understand. I get it.
the British trained cop who served in the JCF for nearly 15 years before stepping down as deputy commissioner, asserted too that another 60% would engage in corrupt practices if the circumstances arise. This is what Mark Shield is saying, you know. Now, the other 20% are beyond reproach, Shield said, noting that his assessment was based on what he was told by a senior member of the JCF. So let me ask Mark Shield a question. So this is not something that you have investigated in the Mark Shield and proved for yourself. You have asserted that this information that you had received, right, came from senior member of the JCF. You have not investigated this. You understand to say, okay, all right, based on the evidence. The reason why I'm saying this, Mark Shield, is because it's the very same threshold you were setting for Marvin. That Marvin was judgmental and Marvin should anticipate investigation and Marvin cannot make certain remarks because Marvin is not a judge and Marvin is not an investigator. But look here now on this paragraph now, Mark Shield. You said, other 20% beyond reproach. She said, noting that his assessment was based on what he was told by a senior member of the
So here's it. So I hear
nothing
sir.
that you personally investigated and established, you understand, as evidence-based.
Yeah.
This is hearsay, as far as I'm concerned. So then you have no authority to speak to Marvin, right, and to say what you have said to Marvin, right?
Man, this is
Because
sad.
this is now showing that your Mark Shield is really a hypocrite. Now, let us go further in more allegation that you have said. Now, look at this now, Mark Shield. Open court. This is you now, Mark Shield speaking. Corruption within the JCF went to the highest levels. Wow, Mark Shield, are you saying this?
Wow.
Corruption within the JCF went to the highest levels.
Wow.
He declared during the CIM Caribbean lecture series held at the Scumberg Center for Research in Black Culture in New York, United States on Wednesday. Boy, Mark Shield, this come back to haunt you here. Cock no kill cock. Now, seeking to support his assertions, Shields pointed out to allegation of extrajudicial killings.
Oh my God.
Mark Shield.
Wow. Cannot be the same.
Let me ask.
Cannot be the
Are
same.
you really saying these things? Are you really saying these
God,
things?
you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Then why did you speak out against Marvin Edgar?
Ain't no way.
Why did you speak out against Marvin
Ain't
Edgar?
no way.
This is what you're saying. Now, seeking to support his assertions. Shields pointed to allegations of extrajudicial killings. So Shields, long time you aware that the police, right, force, particularly under the Andrew Holness-led administration, right, seriously, right, increase on a rapid pace under the Andrew Holness-led administration. Remember, this is 2018 statement. We should have been under the Andrew Holness-led administration. So let us read it over again, Mark Shield. Seeking to support his assertions, Shields pointed to allegations of extrajudicial killings and that police personnel were involved directly with criminals. Mark Shield, have you heard what you're saying here? Now, listen now, Mark Shield, including intelligence that senior officers have been complicit in allowing drugs to be trafficked with massive payoffs to the senior cops, who in turn paid the lower ranks for their escort duty. We never know them something about. But we want to believe you know them because this is CTAC, this Michael. So then based on what you're saying here, right? Mark, but let me ask you, Mark Shield.
Oh my God, no.
Did you have any investigation as it relates to you?
Yes.
Investigating?
Yes.
And gathered these evidence?
Yes. Talk about it.
Because this, again, in terms of you are saying this, right? I don't think that you exercise due diligence in terms of you asking Marvin Edgar to exercise due diligence and wait an investigation.
Yes.
You did not wait an investigation here and your investigation determined and where the case had gone through the court and found these people guilty. This is what you are saying, the very same thing that you are accusing Marvin of, you understand, to be judgmental. But you're a police, you're a senior police. This is what you are saying, sir. Seeking to support his assertions, she pointed to allegations of extrajudicial killings and that the police personnel were involved directly with criminals, including intelligence. You said intelligence, that senior officers have been complicit in allowing drugs to be trafficked with massive payoffs to the senior cops, who in turn paid the lower ranks for their escort duty.
Wow.
Now, this is a very serious allegation that Mark Shields had made. Now, look at this. The reputation of the JCF is poor. Wow. So then why did you challenge Marvin? Some would argue they are just not fit for the purpose. Mighty goodness. Throughout my career in the JCF, I saw the intelligence reports to substantiate this argument done. Argument done. So we are not arguing, right, as it relates to, okay, it's a matter of belief or it's a matter of opinion. Right here said, throughout my career in the JCF, I saw the intelligence reports to substantiate this. Right? The former JCF crime chief insisted, which is, oh, Mark Shield. No. Yet he revealed too that in 2007, with support from a United States U.S. law enforcement agency, members of a specialist unit within the JCF were administered lie detector tests, and over 60% of the police investigators and that unit failed. Wow. Not given basic equipment to do jobs. Tonight, tonight is Bangarang. It's what Mark Shield is saying here. So this now go against what Andrew Wallace is saying, that the police, the Jamaica Constable Force default is set to preserve life. We are going to show that Andrew Wallace is lying. Now, Shields blamed the breakdown in the JCF on a number of factors, including poor wages, the absence of basic equipment, the squad mentality, and the failure of successive government to invest in vehicles and the upkeep of police buildings. They are not given the basic equipment to do their jobs. Mark Shields said all of these.
No, man.
They get a utility belt with flashlight, pepper spray, handcuff, and expandable.
No, Mark Shields a look back to work, Jamaica. Mark Shields a look back to work. Mark Shields look like him knows something. Let me ask the question. It's on my mind listening to this. Mark Shields, do you know about something that's about to happen with the JCF? Are you aware of some changes being taking place because of possible mounting pressures from external forces? Well, I don't know why that came on my soul and my heart to ask. But I am asking that question. This article is shocking. This article is literal. I'm listening very carefully. It's blowing me out of the water, to be quite honest with you. It really is blowing me out of the water. Mark Shields, is that you? You see Mark Shields? I must have one clone to blows and skirt.
Button and body armor. They don't even have radios that enable them to talk to their colleagues and control. Shields lamented. It's pointing out the weaknesses. The basic salary is so low. A constable take over about $700 US per month. I researched the average entry-level police officer's salary.
Whoa, wait, what? A constable take home $700 US a month? That's it? Oh, hell no. No, I'm defend the police then. This is bullshit, bro. Bro, what? For risk your life? Why are you guys police, by the way? I'm just asking. $700,000? Hold on. 700 US. 150. Oh. Yeah, I pass over 100. But bro, what? What? Fam. 500 is like 75,000, alright? That's all? Not true. Yeah, them not take home 100,000. Ooh. Oh, the one from England where they tell the DPP to charge James Robinson and that. Brother, there's no way a 700 US them are. I almost want to think they are 700,000 Jamaican then say. No wonder police them have a big money on the road, brother. No wonder police them have big money on the road. A first time I hear an interview. This is an article that Mystic Sensation I read. I Mystic Sensation live this one earlier named to honor live with impunity. I never watched it. So I'm like, hey, I would be up anyway, watching and doing work. Somebody say, yo, me live already. I have a few people here if you don't want to stick around and listen with me, listen with me. You understand? Because me go up anyway. Soon go and see. I'm tell you, like, I go space out some video. Someone end the live to make sure say by a certain time when we start put out video, we can put out video back a video for the Wednesday. And then some point in the evening go live again. And then in the night go live again. So I try space out the work. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I have a whole heap of good things to put out. Trust me. One of them when I try to put out one exclusive, the audio never went to work. Sorry to say, I was recording something and the audio did not record it. So you go, part of that. Remember tax draw. No man, that's not good, brother. 500 US is 75,000. In most cases, little bit over. So if you ever talk about 200 more, that means that they not reach 100,000. They not reach 100,000. Oh, wait a minute. They do though. Because 200 US would be 30,000. 30,000 plus 75,000. 105. And then you take off tax. You know what I mean? I mean, if that's why the money is so corrupt. But that's why money not get paid no money, brother. A joke thing. A joke.
In the US and the UK, right?
Them not get paid no money.
In the US, it's 3,000, and the UK, it's
freedom. See over there, freedom. When I watch this, I don't see freedom. It's a different freedom. All right. No man, a different freedom. A different freedom.
1,500. The former Scotland Yard detective argued that the squad mentality and what he described as an unethical culture within JCF was born from their sense of how they are valued externally and recounted the resistance to change. Now, Jamaica people, so everything that we are going to talk about tonight, remember, Mark Shield is now going to back me up on everything that we are going to discuss tonight, and particularly when we have Corporal Ron James comes in studio. Now, I can recall within the time that I served, there was a group with whom I work that share the same values, right, of my fellow international police officers. He said, of the 5 British cops second to the JCF decades ago to help lead a transformation of the Jamaican police, he added, but there was another unreachable group that was always suspicious, resentful, and unwilling to change despite all the evidence that there was another way to do things. While making it clear that he supported neither the governing Jamaica Labour Party nor the opposition People's National Party, Shield had praises for Prime Minister Andrew Holness and some of the anti-crime measures now in place.
Bruh. Mark Shields, stop it. Stop it, Mark Shields.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's quite clear that you support Andrew. And I don't care what anybody says. Oh, you saw the guy. Shut up. It's quite clear that you support Andrew. It's quite evident. Just, why don't you can't just be frank and just, you know what I mean? Why can't you guys do that?
Mighty God, we need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need it. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
I think Jamaica get a sense that this Prime Minister really means business as according to him. Now, let us take that away. Now, here's this. Let me see if Sister Daisy, okay, let us have Sister Daisy meet and greet, because this is some serious situation that Mark Shield is now bringing to light in terms of what we are going to present tonight. So let us have Sister Daisy meet and greet her people.
I'm just believing to melting pot.
All right.
Everybody in the chat have blessed Tuesday evening, and a very wholesome topic to be talking about right now. Diane, because we need to help the Jamaican people understand, know their rights.
Yes.
Know what is right from wrong, and how they should be treated as human beings. They are only human beings when they want their vote. And then would kill after they've gotten the votes. They're always human beings, and their human rights are being violated left, right, and center. So, very timely topic.
Yes. And we have anything to say about Mark Shield statement here, as we just read it?
He has no dog in the race.
Okay.
He does have a child. He does have a child who will be victims of the police. He doesn't. They can sit in their glass houses and speak down to the Jamaican people, the masses of the Jamaican people who are being affected, because they're not being affected. They live in gated communities, all right, and their children go to school with drivers and all of that. So they are not being affected. They'll not be affected. Our people, the people in the 1% of Jamaica, the upper echelon of society, the elites, they will never be affected by what is affecting and happening to the marginalized and poor people in Jamaica. It's as simple as that. So he can talk because God gave him a mouth to speak, but he's not affecting me. So the day it happened to one person of time is the day the JCF changes for the better.
But the significant thing here, Sister Maria, is from 2018, Mark Shield is giving evidence that it is true that the police is executing extrajudicial killing. Let me hear what Melting Pot has to say, because surprising Melting Pot that we came upon this information that Mark Shield is admitting of the extrajudicial killing that police had done, and that is from way back in 2018. But we have a surprise in terms of how he is now rushing Marvin Edgar to say that Marvin Edgar must have due diligence as it relates to investigation, right? So, I mean, that is crazy in terms of what we are now learning. Your take on it, Melton? The standard of managing a crime scene.
You know the 10th step?
Okay, all right. You're okay. All right. So let us, because you know about it. So
I'm pretty cognizant of the 10th.
Carla has been very active. Yes, Carla, you're a Mystic Sensation. Go ahead. Run, show you two quick crime scene and active police. You are the right person, right, to be here and to engage us on this particular topic. So let us go to the universal standard of managing a crime scene.
You know the 10th step?
Okay, all right. You're okay, all right. So let us, because you know about it. So
I'm pretty cognizant of the 10 steps.
all right.
You need that repeat?
Okay, so I don't need to repeat, right?
You need that repeat.
Okay, all right, good. Very good. I love this. So let us show them Buju's crime scene, just for refreshing again.
I am pretty cognizant of the scene too, because I'm following with bated breath and interest.
Okay, so I can just get into the conversation with you.
Good night, my fellow colonists. Good night, everyone.
Once again,
so this is Mr. Rowan James, and this is good. Shout out to Mystic for getting in, man. I have not listened to it. This is my raw listening night. Let's
I
go.
want to say welcome.
Let's get into it.
We are speaking with Corporal Rowan James,
Mhm.
former chairman for the Police Federation. All right, and we have Corporal Rowan James in studio with us. Yes, Corporal Rowan James, speak to us.
Yes, I am particularly concerned regarding the fact that it's an active investigation. I will speak without prejudice. I have noted with bated breath the pronouncement by both the Minister of National Security and the Prime Minister regarding the statements made directed at police officers. I want to say this categorically, that I fervently believe that there is a separation of power. Whether you are Prime Minister or Minister of Security, that there is a separation of power and that the minister can